All right, welcome in to Before Floor, Game 2 NBA Finals edition here in Orlando. I look cross-eyed, apologize for that. I am inside the arena. I know that displeases some people, but I'd already paid for the hotel, so I wasn't leaving. I might leave after this one, so you might have a better chance in Game 3. Just on the floor right now, Myers Leonard, Derek Jones Jr., and Solomon Hill just finished up. Of course, the news is out. No Bam Adebayo tonight. We don't have definitive word, I don't believe, on Goran Dragic at that point, unless it happened while I was on the bus over here. So, again, the Miami Heat are going to be significantly shorthanded, and we are waiting right now on the starting lineup. So I think there are a bunch of directions that they could go. Brady, if it's no Dragic, which is what we're anticipating, and no Bam, what is the direction they should go? Here we go. Goran Dragic has been ruled out. Okay, ruled out. So that is what we expected, both lobbying to play. Again, Bam is being listed as a neck now, not a shoulder. And that's consistent with what we've been hearing the last 24 hours, that the neck is actually giving him more problems. The shoulder, he injured, of course, against Tatum and then re-injured against Dwight. But apparently it's the neck that's keeping him out, and it's more of a pain tolerance issue. With Goran, of course, there's an issue of can he do any additional damage? And so we didn't expect either of them to play. They're not playing. So let's get to it, Brady, then. What would be your starting lineup?
I think they just are going to go with and replace Goran with Tyler Hero and then put Kelly Olynyk in. It kind of seems like I think they want to utilize Nunn and Myers Leonard off the bench. He kind of mentioned that these guys have had success all season. So these are guys that he's going to rely on, that they performed well. I think Greg mentioned it with Nunn and Myers Leonard maybe getting the nod. But I think that lineup playing so well together, there's a chance that could happen. But I don't know if he's going to make such a big adjustment in this game too.
Greg, I tend to agree with you on this one. I think you do start Nunn and you keep Hero off the bench so that you can play Tyler 30, 35 minutes off the bench, kind of in the role that he's been accustomed to. Maybe he gets a little bit more responsibility playing alongside Jimmy. But to me, the biggest thing is that Kendrick plays well with Jimmy. I would get him started early, get his confidence there. And also, Olynyk's a little bit more versatile than Myers. I kind of feel like putting Myers in for the first 6 minutes to bang with Dwight makes some sense. Obviously, Jay's going to have to deal with Anthony Davis anyway. So I would go that direction.
I've gone back and forth on this, I don't know, three, four times, which is crazy. Just since it's only between game.
I think we're losing Greg Alhadra. Unless
we're losing. Yeah.
All right, so we'll pop back out.
He'll
be back. So Alfredo, you take it. Which of the two would you go? Would you some combination? Is it Olynyk and Hero, or is it Nunn and Leonard?
I would go Nunn and Leonard, and the reason I would do that is so I can have an advantage, as much of an advantage as you can have in this game with my second unit against their second unit. I would really time that LeBron siesta that he takes in every first quarter to try to really make a push, bring in Tyler Hero, keep dunking in, and try to get some three-point shots up, because I think that's their only hope, is to just fill up that 3PA column in this game.
Yeah, the 3PA column's got to get close to 40, and the 3PM column's got to get 15 or more, I think,
easily,
if they're going to win this game. And the numbers on Kelly are not promising. I took a look at it. We started talking about Bubble Kelly when he made Bubble KO when he made 8 threes on the first 2 seeding games. You know when those were? August 1st and August 3rd. It's been 2 months, and in the past okay. 2 months he's made 17 out of 68 threes, which is 25% from 3. And we obviously know about the rebounding issues. I mean, what can we legitimately expect from him, Brady?
Well, I think the only thing you are going to expect is for him to bring a shooting element. I think a big thing is him hitting some early shots. If he gets some early ones to go in, that'll be good for him because he's a bit of a streaky shooter. And then I think that's going to give them more of a look. If Kelly's not hitting shots, then I think they go with Myers actually a little bit more throughout the game, or at least more confident with going the Myers route if Kelly's not bringing the shooting element.
Greg, do a little test here so I know you're okay.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
All right, there you go. Your mic is also doubtful out for the series.
You're starting tonight, Greg.
We're starting, but I got to leave soon, so that's the reason that we'll allow Greg to get through that little hiccup. By the way, Brady's going to be taking over the 5 Reasons Sports account tonight. So all opinions on there that you don't like, they're his. I'll be back on my account. We've actually got Manny Chang on the Biscayne Bay Brew account tonight. So God help Biscayne Bay Brew. Anyway, Greg, there was some talk, and I saw Tim Reynolds tweet about Chris Silva getting extra work pregame. I mean, could you see a role? We haven't seen. I forgot he was on the team.
Right? No, I think that it's kind of one of those situations where now you're down to you have Myers Leonard and Kelly Olynyk. So if those are your only 2 viable bigs, you have to have a third guy ready to go. So, I mean, I would kind of think Spo would be more inclined to trust UD actually for limited minutes before Silva. But I just feel like they just have to have hands ready to play. So that's probably what's driving some of that extra work. And also, if they do get beat up and they need a big body that's able to get fouls and maybe, bring some energy to the lineup all of a sudden, that is Silva's shown that he can do that, change the game a bit and get the team going on a run. So maybe, but I think that he's going to, try to do as much with Myers and KO alone.
Well, he's shown it, but that was 2019. I mean, seriously, like that's how long ago it was, that he was doing much. I don't know. I mean, this feels a little bit to me like the 2014 finals where Michael Beasley was getting run, or the 2011 finals where Eddie House was getting run at the end because Eric was just out of options. It does feel a little bit like that tonight. Let's shift it to the other side of the floor. The AD monster. I mean, what do they do with this group? I mean, you're just trusting Jay for the most part?
No, you trust and pray. That's what you have.
You got to move him off his spot. You got to move him off his spot, and you got to deny him the basketball as much as you can. I know it's easier said than done, but you really have to cut everybody else loose. And if they hit shots on you again, I guess you're going to lose by 20 again. But you got to count that water will find its level. Remember that? So, they got to deny him the ball, and it has to be a more focused effort against Anthony Davis. I thought they had a good focus against LeBron James in the last game. But against Anthony Davis, it looked like they were just cutting him loose and trying to double him as much as they could until he just went off. So I think they have to refocus on Anthony Davis and take their chances with, just putting Jimmy and their host of long wings on LeBron James and take your chances there.
Yeah, I mean, Brady, when you look at the LeBron matchup, it appears to me Jimmy's going to have to take the majority of it now because, I mean, with Iguodala a little bit, but Jay's going to be otherwise occupied. So, I mean, part of my concern is that if Jimmy's got to guard LeBron for 20, 25 minutes, but he also doesn't have Goran to help him with the offense, and he also doesn't have Bam to help initiate, I mean, this is expecting a lot of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and I don't. One of the other matchups we kind of talked about was Derrick Jones Jr. And I ultimately don't think that he kind of in the end of that game, he was pretty much getting bullied by him. He's just not big enough to guard LeBron. So I think you're going to see Solomon Hill on him for stretches, Andre Iguodala, obviously. And then Jimmy, the thing with Jimmy on the offensive side to me is that the thing we kind of talked about all season is that Goran kind of gets them out of, as you kind of say, gets them out of the mud when they're not going. And now that's going to be on Jimmy to kind of, if their shooters aren't hitting and they're going through tough stretches, Jimmy's going to have to attack the basket and just get a bucket kind of just to get them going. So that's going to be kind of the interesting, I think, with Jimmy is just seeing if he initiates in those points of the game.
Greg, how do we feel about fuck the world Jimmy? Because I think that's what we're getting tonight. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, he's going to be hyped up one way or the other, and I wonder if it's going to be too much, but it seems to me like it's the only way they can win.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's ultimately like you're in a spot where Jimmy has to be that guy in order for this team to actually have a shot. If you think about it, you probably need somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 points from 3 guys. Like you're going to need that kind of leap from 2 other guys, including Jimmy going off.
Well, Jimmy, Duncan, and Tyler, right? I mean, isn't that? Yeah. I mean, it could be none, but to me, those would be the 3 most likely.
Maybe you get a 6 for 6 from Jay Crowder that you didn't expect or something like that. Or, but Kendrick Nunn is the guy that I think can really step up and get 25. Like he has that capability. But Jimmy, he's going to have to be super aggressive, get to the line. It would be nice to see LeBron in foul trouble. What a concept that would be.
Only if the NBA wants this series extended. Although actually the officials tonight shouldn't be a problem. This is not their worst group. It should be a little bit better. But yeah, only if they want the series extended, Greg, which they might.
Yeah.
So all right. Before I go, one last thing tonight. Give me the single key, Alfredo. One thing they've got to do tonight to pull the upset.
Put up 45 3-point shots. There was a game, don't ask me why I did this, but in my memory bank, I had this vision of the New York Knicks coming into American Airlines Arena with a hodgepodge of J.R. Smith and not much else. And Mike Woodson decided, okay, I'm going to have J.R. Smith come off of every screen and put up 22 3-point shots. He put up the 22 3-point shots.
I remember.
He had 14. He had 14 attempts in the first half, which is still an NBA record. They're going to have to do something similar to that. They're going to have to drop something for Duncan. And I know I'm a broken record. Last game, he put up 3 shots. Yeah. He can't win if he puts up 3 shots. He's going to have to do his best J.R. Smith impersonation and put up at least 15 3-point shots up today. The whole team has to get somewhere around 40 to 45 and hope to get hot. And that should be enough to equalize the score toward the end of the game.
All right, before I go, just a view. Let's see who's out there right now. Iguodala on the court.
Put it down. You're showing the roof right now. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm always good at this. You can't see that. There's no way you're going to be able to see that. But anyway, that's Iguodala's on the court. I'm trying to see who else is there behind him. Might be Gabe Vincent in the back. Maybe there'll be Gabe Vincent minutes. And LeBron is actually out on the court way there in the distance. So anyway, you guys carry it from here. We'll have a post-game pod, a post-game stream. If they win, Alpha's going to be in rare form tonight. So enjoy that. All right, have a good night, guys.
Good night.
All right, so you guys can send your messages here. You can continue. Greg, Brady, Alfredo, keep going, baby. I'm going to keep getting messages here.
If anybody has questions, fire them off. This is one of those games where it's almost like if you get the win, you're just elated. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to go into it without just kind of a clear mind, because what do you expect? Brady, is there anything like it almost feels weird to talk X's and O's when you lose Bam and Goran at that point. Like it's just you have to figure out, you have to have superhuman performances. But do you think there's anything schematically that Miami's going to do differently in this game that we'll see based on personnel, or like what do you mean like X's and O's wise?
Well, I think just one thing, Solomon Hill and guys like Solomon Hill and Jay Crowder, I think are going to have to intensify the game. I think that's going to be a big thing if they can kind of, obviously Jimmy Butler can do it. Just try to get everybody be energetic. When they're not like that, you kind of get tell that they just get they're just too laid back. And if they bring that, and just mentioning Solomon Hill, I think he's a guy that can really bring that on the defensive side. He's kind of a guy that can spark teammates to kind of get going. So I think it's going to be interesting to kind of see who can be that spark to kind of get the team going.
Well, and I'll say this, as far as X's and O's, back to Anthony Davis. In the last game, they started their physicality once he caught the ball, and then it was just the immovable object the irresistible force against very movable objects. This time has to be a little bit different, okay? They have to start the physicality early, deny him his spot, make it a focused effort. And I know it sounds crazy to say you got to cut LeBron James loose, but hey, you have enough wings that could take him one-on-one. You got to cut LeBron James loose. And if he puts up 45 on you, he put up 45 on some of the best defenders on this team, and you just lost.
And I think the big thing is going to be the shooting for the Lakers. If they can come back down to their regular levels of shooting, I think that's going to be a big thing, because ultimately I don't think that we think that they're going to shoot the way that they did. They shot like Miami usually does in that game one. So I don't think that that's going to be a big thing. So I think if they, with the Anthony Davis thing, if they just contain the perimeter a little bit more, just kind of praying that they don't hit those shots that they were hitting in game one, that's going to be a big thing.
Yeah, it's interesting that you feel like LA is going to regress a little bit with the shooting, particularly. They were so hot, particularly in the first half, and you don't expect that to continue. But for Miami, they're going to need how many threes do you guys think they're going to need to really get this score, to be able to score enough points to win this game. You know what I mean? Like, you almost feel like they're going to have to aim for 25.
I don't know about 25, but I just think that if they could get up 40 to 45 attempts, that means that they're getting to their game.
Yeah.
And if they're getting to their game and they're getting up 40 to 45 3-point attempts, you got to figure that 15 to 20 is in the neighborhood. So if they hit 15 threes, I think they're in this game late. And then you're just going to have to buckle down and hope for the best and have Jimmy take over once again.
And ultimately, you're adding another shooter to the rotation. You're just adding an extra one in with Bam out, putting in Olynyk or Myers. So I think there's more of a chance of that happening in game 2 than before, that they have added guys that can kind of take the load of hitting some big shots this game.
Out of all the guys that are going to be inserted into the rotation that have not been a part of this run at all, and I'm kind of going to include Kelly Olynyk in that because his minutes have been consistent, but in terms of his impact, it's been up and down. So out of guys like Olynyk, but even more so Myers Leonard, Kendrick Nunn, any of the other guys at the end of the bench that maybe have the potential to see a role, who do you see being able to have the biggest impact in this type of game where the lineup is so stacked against you, but you're going to get minutes?
Well, if we're looking for an unlikely hero, it has to be if Myers Leonard's going to play. He's the best of all the unlikely heroes because he has the formula to actually help the rest of the team. If he could get up 6 3-point shots and make a couple of them, I think they're going to have to respect him out there in the perimeter, and maybe that helps pull Dwight Howard a little bit out. And he tends to foul when he's in space. So if you run pick and rolls at him, you could get to the line on him. And I think if there's going to be an unlikely hero, it has to be Myers coming out of nowhere with a 10-8 game with a couple of threes.
And one thing I'm curious about, I think that the Lakers kind of go small even more. Something Frank Vogel mentioned, he was like, basically that they have the capability at any time to go small, that they're not worried about the Dwight minutes and everything. But I think with Kelly Olynyk starting or Myers Leonard starting, getting Dwight on the perimeter is a big thing because obviously he's not a great perimeter defender. So I think that's a big thing that you can take advantage of. And even guys like Jimmy, drawing Dwight out of the paint is going to allow Jimmy to attack even more. So I think just trying to get them they're going to go small early probably and go with AD at the 5, which those minutes with AD at the 5 are some of their best minutes. That's probably what they're going to go to.
And I would say this, having watched the Lakers a lot in the bubble, or I should say I've watched them a lot in the playoffs in the bubble.
Me too.
Yeah, Frank Vogel likes to have LeBron pick up the ball handler across the timeline a lot, and he likes to do it early in games. It's not the craziest thing. We talk about ball movement, and we talk about getting everybody involved and setting good screens. It's not the craziest thing to just go at LeBron a couple of times to try to pick up a cheap foul. And we have the guys to do it. We have guys like Kendrick Nunn that can get to the basket. Jimmy gets to the line. So if you can attack, if you could take advantage of what they like to do, which is just their bread and butter, take advantage of LeBron, especially up there. And if he's up to the task and he's going to stop your drive, he stops your drives. But you got to take a shot. You got to take a shot at trying to get him into some type of foul trouble.
You talk about going at LeBron. Did you guys hear Stu Gatz on Bill Simmons' podcast and what his recommendation was for Spoelstra with the lineups?
Yeah, just send Udonis out there on a mission.
Yeah, essentially use 6 fouls and try to take out AD or LeBron, I think is what he said. And a bunch of other funny, obviously saying it in jest. But do you think this is kind of out of left field because you don't expect it with the way that Spoelstra has kept the rotation as tight as he has? But do you think UD has a chance to play? Where do you guys stand on that?
I don't think so, especially at the point that I don't think the Lakers go big for long. They're going to go with a lot of AD at the 5. I don't think that they're going to have the opportunity to do that. But I think ultimately with having Kelly Olynyk and Myers Leonard available, I think they're going to go with him, obviously, before they go with UD.
Yeah, I would say virtually no chance. But I will say this. If they have a lot of foul trouble on their front line and they have a stretch where they need some offense, not that Udonis is going to give you any offense, but he's a good screen setter.
Yeah.
And, he can still hit, on occasion, that 18-foot jumper. So
doesn't
you
make
know,
mistakes, and he moves and rotates to where he knows where to be. So like
yes. So he can help the offense with his screen game, and if they respect his shot, that's good enough. Okay. So if he sets a screen and he pops out, and they respect him standing up at 18 feet, he did his job. So maybe you could see 5 minutes if they have severe foul trouble. If not, maybe garbage time, but I don't expect like legitimate Udonis minutes tonight.
So one more topic, and then we'll get picks and get out of here. Iguodala, I feel like he has a really interesting role in this series, with the minutes on LeBron, but also now with the decimated cast that he's playing with. I feel like he has an opportunity to be more of a facilitator and maybe even try to score a bit more and be more aggressive. We're going to need those shot attempts. What do you guys expect from Iguodala tonight?
It's funny you mentioned that because I actually think the MVP of this game is going to be Andre Iguodala. In order to win, I think that if in order to win this game, they're going to need him to play well on both sides, because obviously not having Bam as the guy that's pretty much doing everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala is pretty much the closest thing to that he can really do that on both sides. Like you mentioned, being a facilitator on offense and taking a bunch of roles on defense. And I think if we mentioned some guys that can hit some shots, if he can hit a couple, hit 4 threes or something, play the kind of way that he did in Game 6 of that Boston series, that could be a big thing for this team if they can get him going and get him quality minutes in this game. Kind of because everybody's going to have to get increased minutes with Bam, obviously, and Dragic out. So he's going to get some big minutes today, and I think if he capitalizes on them, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think as far as Iguodala, he cannot be in the post guarding Anthony Davis or anybody for that matter.
No more
Okay.
center. No more of that.
No, he has to be out up top, denying passes, using his length on defense, playing zone. They're going to have to play a lot of it, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would avoid Iguodala matching up with Anthony Davis in all those small lineups. I know the temptation will be there to get as many shooters out on the floor as you can, but the Lakers have shown they can breathe in those moments and then just pick you apart with entry pass after entry pass and just pound you down low. So yeah, I would play them a little bit more conventional and Iguodala keep him out of the post because he's essentially useless on defense against this team guarding people in the post.
All right, so what would rank as probably the most improbable Miami Heat win, NBA Finals win in franchise history? Let's get picks and players of the game. Alfredo, right back to you.
All right, I researched that game where Mike Woodson went into his bag of tricks. I didn't know if he had a bag of tricks, but he had one for this game. And he had J.R. Smith rolling out of every screen, put up 22 three-point shots. The problem with that game is that they made it close and made it interesting against the Big Three Heat, but they lost. So I expect pretty much the same. I think Spoelstra will reach deep into that bag of tricks. They will play a competitive game for about 47 minutes, maybe 46 minutes, and they lose by 6. But I say Olynyk comes up with a big game, 20-6.
I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna have the guts, and I'm gonna say the Heat pull out a huge win tonight behind Jimmy Butler stepping up and having a huge game. And I also think Andre Iguodala, like I said before, is going to be a huge part. Knocks down 4 threes and plays well on the defensive side. I think it's gonna be a close one, and late free throws are gonna ice it Heat by 1.
Well, the series, I don't even want to go there. This is all about tonight. I think that they can gut one out. I feel like this is one of those situations where if the Lakers were ever looking past, there may be a situation to catch them resting on their laurels. So I'm going Heat. I don't know by how many. And I expect Kendrick Nunn to be probably Jimmy has to lead them in scoring, but Kendrick Nunn's going to be right there behind him. And then obviously it would be remiss of me to not mention that Tyler Hero has a big opportunity to have a Tyler Hero-like game. That's a guy who has the elite enough level scoring ability to really change this. You get 36 from Tyler Hero like you did in prior playoff games. It changes the trajectory. So watch for him. But the Heat are going to get this one. The series, that's a whole nother conversation.
Let me ask you guys a question, and I'll start with Brady. Usually when you're shorthanded, you go one of two ways. You either put the game in the mud and muck it up, or you're trying to accelerate it and play the math and try to get as many shots up as possible. Which way do you think Spoelstra goes tonight?
I think with this type of team, I think you're just going to have to try to play the way that you got to get a bunch of shots up. I think with having, like how you mentioned, Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, then inserting Kelly Olynyk or Myers Leonard, you're going to want to get up as many threes as you want. I think you're going to have to slow the pace down on the Lakers, not let them control the break and get out onto the open court. But I think on their offensive side, they're just going to need to just kind of get shots up as much as possible.
Right.
All right. I guess Greg left us.
We lost Greg too. I mean, I've been having trouble with the connection as well. We still don't have the starters. We're waiting for the Miami Heat to post who's going to start today. So for all the messages that are coming in,
somebody in the mention said Tyler and Myers are starting.
Our friend Nick, but I don't know. It's not official yet.
Okay.
So we're waiting.
If that's true, then the 45-3 theory is very much alive.
Yeah. I don't know. Would you like? I think I will. I don't know. After what Nunn did last game, I will go with Nunn. Why not? I mean, just.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Brady?
Like I said before, I think they go with Hero and Olynyk just to keep their best 5 guys on the court to start the game, kind of. And then I think Nunn gets some quality minutes throughout and just tries to get their offense going. Tries to take some of the role of Goran. Obviously, that's not possible, but trying to get attack the basket as much as possible and try to control the mid range, which is something they're going to lack without Goran there.
Okay.
All right. I think we can call it, right? It's almost time to see the wonderful pregame show that ESPN has for us.
So Shams Karania says that the Miami starting Myers Leonard and Tyler Hero. So I guess that makes it official. And here's our message. I don't know if this is Manny or Ethan or whoever gets here in this account, but I guess that's the starting 5 then.
All right, 45 threes. 45 threes. You get up 45 threes, make 15, you're in the game. Make 20, you win.
Yeah. Hopefully. All right. Well, thank you guys.
I guess I'll take us out. All right. I don't think we have a halftime show, but we definitely have a post-game show. Be looking for Alf and the rest of the group, right?
Yeah. No, we're staying here for the live tweeting party anyway. So I'm gonna start playing the press conferences from earlier today and from yesterday until we get the starting lineup, and then we'll go from there. So thank you guys, and we'll be back for. I mean, if you guys want to come in halftime show, I'll be here in same link, so you guys can join if you want. And let's go Heat. See you later.
All right.
See you.
All right, so let's keep reading your messages here. Fox Sports has it also. Shams just posted a picture at the bar with Ethan. It's official. Tyler about to play like James Harden as a starter. Well, hopefully. And then here's 5 reasons. Miami is starting. Okay, from Shams. Thank you. So it's official already. We're still waiting for the Miami Heat lineup just to show you guys the image that they put before every game. Miles starting. None should stay off the bench. We need a spark. None against Rondo. Shams announced Myers and Tyler are starting. When None was in the game, was Lakers playing any defense? Well, you can't say that it was no intensity. They were playing defense. It just probably wasn't the same mentality because they were winning by so many, close to 30 points. Interesting. Make 23s. I get the lineup. Should have started Myers game 1. Shoot 33s and make 13. Play the paint. More mid-range game. Okay, we'll see. Okay, now we're going to start listening to some of the guys, some of the Miami Heat players. Even Eric Spoelstra. We're going to listen to all of them and what they said about this second game of the series. And let's start with Tyler Hero, a guy that's supposed to be starting tonight. All right, let's go and listen to Tyler Hero. And here we go Tyler Hero, who's probably starting tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers.
Any questions in person here? First question here, Tim Reynolds on the right side.
Hey, Tyler. What did you learn last night about what's different about a finals game?
I think the intensity was the same as the Eastern Conference Finals. Obviously, we know how intense that was, but obviously you need to play harder. Every possession matters, especially when you're playing a team like that we're playing. They're so talented, and you do need to play almost a perfect game. So we need to get the right shots. Need to play harder, like I said, and we got to be more physical. We got to be that team that's the Miami Heat. We need to play like ourselves. And game 2, I think we're going to come back and bounce back how we should.
Next question is David from La Gazzetta.
Hey, Tyler, obviously this is your first time in the finals. Do you have the time to sort of realize where you are, on this big stage, and how much this impacts you?
I do realize we're playing in the NBA Finals, but as a team, that's what we've wanted all year. We got 4 wins to go to accomplish our goal, and no matter how big the stage is, you got to work it out and be ready to play when that ball tips. So, one game we let one game slip. Obviously, we know how good the other team is that we're playing, so we're going to have to come out game 2 with a lot of focus and energy.
Next question, Ethan Skolnick.
Tyler, obviously you've had the ball in your hands a lot here in the bubble, and particularly in the playoffs, but you've also played really well with Goran. How does his potential absence change what you do in any way?
Yeah, I think it hurts our team a lot, not just me. Obviously, I've been playing with Goran my whole rookie season. From the very beginning, we came off the bench together, so it's definitely going to hurt me because of he takes some of the handling priorities off of me, and he makes a lot of plays for us and makes plays for myself. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a big loss for us, obviously. But we feel for him right now. We hope that he can get back, and we know how much he wants to win, how much he wants to help us compete. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a big loss if he is out. But next man up mentality is how we go.
Next question, Jason Jackson.
Tyler, 2 questions for you. First one, just you guys have used resiliency as a tenor of the foundation of who you all are. You obviously have bounced back from losses in these playoffs without defeat. How important will that mentality be dealing with the adversity you have in front of you now?
It would be very important. I think throughout the whole playoff run, you've seen how resilient we are. Be down 12 going into the fourth quarter, come back and still win. But we know who we're going up against, and we can't dig ourselves into too big of a hole and try to climb ourselves out of that hole. It'll be definitely they're too talented. And I think, like Jimmy said, we almost need to play a perfect game to beat them. And it's not just one game. We're going to have to do it 4 times. So we're just going to have to fight. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be the hardest things we do in our basketball careers. But I think we had the right personnel, the right guys, the right mindset to do it.
You guys did start off so well, but obviously the way the Lakers pushed back at the end of the first quarter, they had another one in the second and the third. Jimmy says the defense has to be the way to stop those things, but is there an offensive response as well that has to accompany that if the Lakers are rolling like that?
Yeah. Obviously, we know our defense needs to be better. We need to be more physical. We need to rebound the ball. We need to play like the Miami Heat have played the whole playoff run. But like you said, I think the better shots we get, the more shots we make, that will definitely help us to get back and get our defense set and be able really guard them in the positions that we want.
Morgan, in person here.
Tyler, how much pressure do you put on yourself for game 2? And is it that you're just trying to move forward from game 1 after learning those lessons, or are you taking that with you?
I always put pressure on myself. That's who I am. But, at the end of the day, it's just basketball, and that's what we do for a living. We play basketball, and we're playing at the highest level for a reason. So we're going to bounce back as a team. I think game 2 is going to be, a dogfight as it should. But we're going to come off with a lot of focus and a lot of energy. Sure.
Next question is Anthony Chang.
Hey, Tyler, obviously Bam carries so much responsibility on both ends of the court. If he's not able to play, how much changes schematically for you guys just on both ends of the court? How much changes schematically?
I think almost everything changes because of how much Bam does for us offensively and defensively. So, whatever happens with Bam, I'm sure Coach has some adjustments that we're going to make. I couldn't really tell you what it would look like without Bam, so we'll see what happens.
Next question is Eric Reed.
Hey, Tyler, you and Kendrick go back to Summer League over a year ago as rookie teammates. I thought the one silver lining of last night was Kendrick's performance in the second half. How good did it feel for you as rookie teammate to see him persevere and work through all that he's had to work through and have that kind of game in his first finals game?
Yeah, I was happy for him. Like you said, we've been playing together since last summer. And, he's been through a lot, obviously, from being the starting point guard all year and then to sit out and not really be in the rotation throughout these playoffs and learn to step in. He's been working every single day in practice with the same attitude. He's great in the locker room, and we're happy that he got some confidence last night and got his rhythm going. So, we're just happy for him.
Dan, in person here on your right.
Hi, Tyler. You guys, the process to get to this point is so immense, longer than any NBA season in history. What was it like then in game 1 to see Goran get hurt, to see Bam holding his shoulder, to see Jimmy roll an ankle? Was it deflating at all in those moments? And do you think you guys, if it was, have recovered from that?
It was, I wouldn't say it was deflating. It was just unfortunate to see because of, we know how hard those guys work. And as a team, we know how hard we've worked all season to get to this point. And we're definitely not saying that it's over. But, we know how bad Goran wants to win and how bad he wants to be out there to compete with us. And, we're definitely feeling for him because of, like I said, how hard he works and his will to win. But at the end of the day, it's next man up. We're hoping that those guys are healthy and can get back. But we got to compete. We have a job to do, and whoever's out there, that's who we're gonna have to do it with.
Next question, Dennis Freeman.
Tyler, do you simply, as a team, do you guys simply just turn the page from game 1, or do you use that as motivation moving forward?
I think we can turn the page, but we definitely have to, learn from game 1. We have to look at the film and see what we did wrong. But to be honest, a lot of it isn't schematics. It's about us being more physical, being the tougher team, playing harder. Those 3 things right there are the big key to why we made it this far. So, it's going to take, those three things to really bounce back and put up a fight.
All right, Tyler. Thank you.
All right, that was
concludes this session,
Tyler
people.
Hero. Thank you for listening and
Thank
staying with us. We have the starting lineup already official, like we were saying before. It has Mayor Leonard and Tyler Hero in it, but here's the official announcement by the Miami Heat. Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, Jay Crowder, and Mayers Leonard are going to be the 5 starters for tonight's game, the second game of the NBA Finals. Let's keep listening to our Heat guys. Let's go now.
Another message after not just the game yesterday, but also with a couple of guys now being
coverage
banged up.
here in 5 reasons.
Just to stay calm. I think that there was a lot of nerves because it was the first time any of us has been in the finals. I mean, obviously because Spo, OG, and Dre. But knowing we may be a couple men down, other guys are going to have to step up in a big way. So I'm really, really.
Okay, now we're going with Jimmy Butler. Okay, here we go.
Another message after, not just the game yesterday, but also with a couple of guys now being banged up.
That was Ethan's quote, by the way.
Just to stay calm. I think that there was a lot of nerves because it was the first time any of us has been in the finals. I mean, obviously because Spo, OG, and Dre. But knowing we may be a couple men down, other guys are going to have to step up in a big way. So I'm really, really excited to see how we bounce back, but I think we're capable of it.
Tim, over here on your right.
4 hours been for you to go through game one, not have it go the way you want, find out Goran's hurt, find out now Bam's got a neck thing as well. It's just like the hits just keep on coming. How tough has it been on you?
They say when it's bad when it rains, it pours. All in all, though, we're still expected to win. We got here for a reason. We realize we belong, but we also realize how well we have to play on both ends of the floor to give ourselves a chance to win. Obviously, we definitely need those two guys, don't get me wrong. But we've always said next man up when a man goes down. And right now we're definitely going to have to do that. But I think it's tough to lose. Your mind's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, obviously not sleeping. But it's just because we all care. We all want to win. We all want to be champions.
Next question, Mark Medina.
Hey, Jimmy, two-part question here. First, how's your ankle feeling today? And what's your approach overall in trying to play through pain?
Just find a way to win when it comes to being injured. If you can go, try to go. If you can't, you just can't. That's just the way that the game goes sometimes. As far as I am right now, I'm okay. But it's like I always say, nobody cares. As long as I suit up and go out there and compete, I'm expected to produce and try to help win. So if I suit up, which I will, better win the game.
Dan, over here on your right.
Hey, Jimmy. Kind of two questions. One, how did the Lakers' physicality, you think, affect game one? And then secondly, what has happened throughout this year that gives you confidence in this group that they can withstand this level of adversity?
I think they imposed their will, and they were just the tougher team. They played the style of basketball that they wanted to play. We got away from our type of basketball, and I think it definitely played into their hands. You're talking about adversity. For us, we thrive in that, and I say it all the time. If you look at it, everybody probably thought they was going to do that to us anyways. They probably think they're going to do it to us 3 more times in a row. I beg to differ. Nobody picked us to be here. Like I said, we embrace it. We love it. But we know that we can win. We do. But we know that we got to play perfect, man. We know we can't not rebound and not get back. So coming into game 2, all the adversity, backs against the wall, yada, yada, yada. We're going to win.
Dave, here in the front.
Jimmy, the Lakers have been up and down from the outside this postseason. Last night, they started off the game 11 for 17 from 3. If you've had a chance to digest the tape or look back at it, were they just a team that got hot, or was there something about your defensive coverage that was lacking?
We just didn't make them miss. They weren't uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form. They threw the ball where they wanted to throw the ball. They got to where they wanted to get to on the floor. That's not the way we're supposed to play as an organization, as a team. The Miami Heat is supposed to be way more physical, way more tougher. And if you give a team with that much talent, that type of confidence, good luck. So moving forward, got to switch that up.
Go ahead, Rob. Next question will be Jason Jackson.
Jimmy, the response that's necessary during those runs, I know mostly has to do with defense, but if the Lakers get on those types of runs, is there a proper offensive response so that it's not, those massive gaps of whatever it was, 11-1, 13-0, whatever?
I mean, I feel like all year long we've always scored enough points to put ourselves in a position to win. I think it's always going to come down to getting the stop and then cutting the water off on the defensive end. But whenever we're not making shots, I think our defense tends to trickle in the way of it's not being very good. Whenever we are making shots, it seems to get stopped. So I think it should be the other way around now, letting our defense dictate our offense. I think that's how we have to play in the series. I feel like whenever we play like that all year long, we're pretty good.
Next question, Ramona Shelburne.
Jimmy, I'm just wondering if you guys have talked a lot about how being in the bubble has brought you guys closer as a team, and just why you guys like the bubble so much. Why is it that has brought you guys so close? And do you think you draw on that now with all the adversity you face?
We're going to have to. We really do enjoy being around one another. We really do care about each other. Obviously, we want to win, so we care about that as well. But we're going to need everybody to be clear in the mind going into game 2 and all these other games because we're going to need everybody so locked in and so focused. And I think we care enough to be able to tell each other the truth when somebody's not doing what they're supposed to be doing, knowing that we're around each other so much. Ain't nobody going to tell nobody no lie. We can tell when something's bothering you. So as long as we're in each other's corners as we have been all year long, we're going to need that moving forward. But being here in the bubble, it just suits us because we like being around one another.
Scott, last question here.
Jimmy, I was just curious if you were able to talk to Goran last night or this morning, and did you get a sense for what his mindset is? Obviously difficult for him to be going through this personally.
Yeah, I talk to G all the time. That's my guy. It's just tough to see him in this position because he cares about the game, cares about his teammates. He really wants to win. Obviously, we want him out there with us. We know that. We need him. He's been huge for us in the playoffs all year long in the sense of doing whatever he was asked to do. Come off the bench, start, score, facilitate, whatever. But it's bigger than basketball. We care about him as a person. We want him to be right. I can talk to him as much as I can, but you can hear that pain in his voice of him feeling like that he may have let us down, but he did not. And I want him to know that he's carried us to this point, and it's only our duty to pay that back to him right now.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yep.
Thanks, Jimmy.
All right, that was Jimmy Butler. For all of those that are asking, this is the starting lineup for tonight. Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, Jay Crowder, and Meyers Leonard. So that's going to be our starting lineup for tonight. The Miami Heat facing the Los Angeles Lakers in the third game of the NBA Finals. Let's go now and listen to what
First
Eric
question right
Spoelstra
here in
said
the front.
earlier today.
Do you have any updates on Jimmy, Goran, or Bam?
That was before.
Just the ones that have already
obviously
been released about Goran and Bam. Jimmy is the same as last night.
Tim Reynolds over here on your right.
Twitter guy. Check Twitter. Hey, I'm not even on Twitter, and I knew it.
That's good. What is the neck part for Bam new?
Oh yeah. It's a different injury than his previous shoulder injury. It's on the same side, so it's easy to draw a comparison. But it's a different injury.
Okay. I obviously you're on the floor today. You've got a lot of uncertainty with a couple of starters doubtful, and is the blue card now? Is there all sorts of stuff written on it, or do you have a sense of what tomorrow night is going to end up looking like?
Well, no, that's part of the process. you have to go through your plan A, plan B, plan C. I love, we love getting to work as a group. It's not going to be, between the four lines and grinding it out. It's just looking for solutions and trying to get to a better version of our game against a quality opponent. We all know that we have to play much better than we did last night at all levels. And that's what today will be about.
Next question is Ira Winderman.
Eric, you had a very successful, different lineup during the regular season. It was a different style. It was a bigger lineup. If you have to go back in that direction to cycle back after such dramatic changes, how much work will that entail? Or you always talk about sort of players have that muscle memory. That do you think you can get back to what previously was if Kendrick is starting, say, and maybe Myers plays a little more? Or did the success sort of create optimism for that? Thank you.
At this point, it's all hands on deck, and it's not like the guys that were, potentially sliding into the rotation haven't played before. These guys have confidence and played big roles for us all year long. Our depth has been one of our biggest strengths. It's not just coach speak. We've utilized our depth all year long. The other benefit of all of this is we've been in this bubble with an extra training camp, and everybody's gotten great work in, regardless of whether they've gotten big time minutes in these playoff series. We'll just have to see tomorrow who's available and make the adjustments accordingly.
Kyle Goon here in front.
Sort of along those lines with Kendrick and Kelly, is the kind of second halves they had, even though it was obviously in very adverse circumstances for the team. Is that something that you feel is helpful for guys who might be playing a bigger role in game two?
Yeah, look, again, it's not like they haven't played this year. Those guys have both played, significant roles for us at different times during the season, and we've seen them play extremely well here in the practice setting. I said it last night. It's more from a human standpoint, for Kate Nunn, to have to go through COVID and showing up, to the bubble 25 days late. That's something that's real. You have empathy for him. He's really worked behind the scenes. We have confidence in him. The other series played out just the way we felt that it'd be best for those series. But he didn't, put his tail between his legs and just feel sorry for himself. That's not how he got to this point. This guy has great competitive character. He's had to overcome, a lot. And he was a big weapon for us during the course of the year. So it was good to see him get that kind of rhythm. That wasn't anything that notified this head coach, oh, now I can trust him. I'm watching him behind the scenes when nobody else is watching. And I love seeing him, work at it and just checking all the boxes to make sure he's ready when the opportunity presented itself.
Malika?
So what is a day like today for you in terms of prep, with one day in between kind of making these adjustments, even with that kind of next man up mentality? What does it look like in terms of prepping and adjusting for tomorrow?
Well, we'll get to work once we finish all this. We'll go back and get together as a team and work for some solutions. And that's, again, what I enjoy, arguably the most about this group is, the commitment just to get better, not to get caught up in a bunch of different things, but to work collectively to try to get to our best version. That was not our best version last night. And obviously the Lakers had something to say about that. Their game was really good, and that's something we're going to have to adjust to. But, it's tough to even evaluate some of the things according to our game, because it wasn't our best version.
Scott, right here.
I'm good.
Tim Reynolds right here, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Eric, you've been down in a lot of series. You've been down in finals before. How much do you, obviously not with this group, it's new for them, but how much do you and the staff Pat, everybody who's going to have a voice and an opinion in the next 36 hours, how much do you savor these times? Because, history says you don't shy away from them. Like, you almost find some sort of strange comfort in these moments. How much you prefer the alternative, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. How much have you grown to like these in some weird way?
I'm not like sick in the mind like that. But this is when you feel most alive, when you're being tested competitively and challenged in new ways, different ways. This is a quality opponent. This is the way the whole playoff system is supposed to be set up. It's supposed to get tougher and more challenging every single round, and may the best team win at the very end. And that's what we'll work for today. We took it on the chin last night. Only counts as one, but we know that we didn't play well. We didn't compete at a high enough level. Lakers did. I think they were the more physical team, and also we're just playing their game and imposing their game way more than ours. And then that's what makes this matchup interesting. It's a contrasting styles. And so we'll just work for some better solutions for tomorrow.
Next question is Anthony Chang.
So you've said all season how important it is for Duncan to be aggressive. The 3 shots yesterday, how much of that was what the Lakers did to limit his touches, and how much is it on Duncan to be more aggressive?
Usually in these type of things, all things can be true. I think each round, the scouting report on Duncan Robinson becomes much more laser detailed, and he's earned that respect. And he continues, to figure out how to figure out different ways to be more assertive, to help out our offense more. He's as persistent as anyone. So just when you think that you can put him in one box, he finds out a way to be aggressive and put pressure on good defenses, and I expect him to do the same thing. We do need more to our menu. He gives us some of that catch and shoot element, regardless of whether he's shooting or not. If he gets more attempts and he's really finding those moments in between to find spots where the ball finds energy, that can also move the needle as well for us.
Anyone with a final question in here? Okay, thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Thanks,
All right, that was Eric Spoelstra. That was yesterday. I'm sorry. That was from the press conference yesterday. And we have a couple more before the game starts. We still don't have the signal up yet. So let's go and see who else was there. Let me check real fast. I think it was Jay Crowder, the next coming up. But let's go with Tyler Hero. What? Let me see who's next
in between, guys. Just
Andre Iguodala. All right, let's go with Andre Iguodala.
Anxiousness and anxieties that come with the game. Just enjoying the process and making the most of it, embracing it. Through the good and the bad. So you're taking it one day, one game at a time, and you're locked in so much. So much going in your brain. You want to win so bad. Those are all good things.
This team obviously deals with adversity well. How is the spirit of the team today?
We got a strong unit, a very tough competitive unit. So, we've been through a lot this season, through the length of it, through guys being in and out. So, I think the spirit's really good where it needs to be, and just being ready and excited to get another crack at it tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right, last call for anybody else.
I could add one more.
Sure, go ahead, Barry.
Sure, thanks. Just want to ask you about Kendrick. Played well, obviously, last night. Anything you spotted in him last night that had changed? Was it just getting back into a rhythm and making shots?
Well, he's done a great job of just staying ready. That's something we all talk about with the Heat culture is being ready and keeping yourself and not just physically ready but mentally ready too. And he proved that he's been just growing as a basketball player, growing as a person over this this last season, being with the team and making most of his opportunities, and opportunity to just sit back and watch us through the playoffs, not playing as much as he would like, but knowing if the opportunity came, he would be ready for the moment, and he showed that last night. So excited for his opportunities moving forward as well.
One more thing, Nick. Andre, just dealing with their size. Obviously, Spo played small at times when they had one big on the floor. How overwhelming can it be to deal with their size as you felt last night?
It's a part of the game, and it's good to go through that and have that experience and seeing how you can adjust and be prepared for it even better going into the following games. So, it's something they use as a strength, and we got a chance to experience that and feel that. So now it's about us making the right adjustments and doing what we got to do so it doesn't hurt us too much.
Thank you.
All right, Mo, I'll throw it to you if you have anybody there in person. We're done here.
Yep, no one in person.
All right, that was Andre Iguodala yesterday after the Miami Heat's practice. And let's finish this coverage right here before the game starts. We already have the image from the bubble. The ABC coverage is starting over there. Let's go with Jay Crowder before we finish here in our pregame show. And we go up to the live tweeting party.
I'm going to get things started with Barry Jackson from the Miami Herald. Go ahead, Barry.
Hi, Jay. The Heat announced, as you know, that Bam is doubtful, Goran is doubtful. I guess with no Bam, you're probably going to see Kelly or Myers, possibly both. What can they add in this series, in your opinion, with the Lakers' size? And can they maybe help pull some of the Lakers' bigs out, since they're such effective three-point shooters, sort of pull them out of the paint?
Yeah, obviously, those guys definitely spread the floor for us. And our big bodies to match their length and the inside. So we know exactly what Myers and Kelly brings to our team, and hopefully we can exploit that to the best of our abilities. And hopefully that's the game plan moving forward. We know exactly how they can affect the game. It's just a matter of us putting them in position to help us win games.
And one more thing, just you've obviously practiced against Derek Jones. He hasn't played a ton in the series. When he's at his best, how good a defender is he?
Well, he's definitely can be a disruptive defender for the opposing team. Obviously, he brings length, and he's definitely an athletic guy. So he can definitely alter some shots, and that's what we need moving forward. When he steps on the court, he can definitely affect the game at a high level, and we're aware of that, and we're going to need that.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Christos from SDNA Greece. Go ahead.
Hello, Jay. What would you like to change on game 2 about your approach on the game?
Just take control. I think that's turnovers and our shot selection, and controlling their fast tempo a little better. I like to see that game too. That's basically it. You get to control the things that you can control, and to your best of your abilities at this time of the year. And that affects that when you control what you control on offense, that affect what you do on the defense end as well. So play hand to hand.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Dennis Freeman. Go ahead, Dennis.
Hi, Jay. Do you feel like it's appropriate or fair to ask players to speak out on the lack of African-American head coaches, given the fact that players have spoken out about social justice issues?
The question?
The question is, do you think it's fair or appropriate for players to speak out on the lack of black head coaches, given the fact that players have spoken out against systemic racism and social justice?
I think it's fair. I think everyone has a freedom of speech, right? I mean, that's basically what it is. It's just you telling your side of what you believe. I just feel like, a player in this league definitely has the right to speak on it if they deem so. So, that's my answer to it.
All right, Mike, I'm kicking it to you for anyone who's there physically.
Just kind of. Hey, Jay. Eric was talking about how you obviously brought up with Kelly, but Kendrick has been one of the guys in the gym who has not gotten a lot of time, but he's seen behind the scenes working hard, especially after coming back from COVID. What have you seen as his teammate sort of in the background that led to what he was able to do in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I've been telling him, let's stay prepared, stay ready. I've saw this story a million times where guys in the rotation during the season, they come playoff time, he's out of the rotation. And a couple of series in, he's back in the rotation. So you have to stay prepared. You have to be a professional. And that's my message as a leader on this team, especially an older guy he looks up to. I just was always in his ear, especially I dated back to the Indiana series the most because it hit him the hardest when he first realized he wasn't in the rotation. Just stay prepared, stay ready. Your moment is going to come again. And you have to take advantage of it. And I just feel like that was my message, and obviously it played out to where he had a good game and a good inning of game one, and hopefully he can roll over to game two and the rest of the series for us.
You mentioned the Indiana series. Was that a point where you saw him kind of get reinvested and be like, okay, I actually could get another chance down the road, and I need to be working hard in the practice?
100%. I think I remember when Gordon went out probably game 4 or game 5 of that series for a split second, and coach threw him in. And he made some plays. He made some plays on the offensive end, and I remember him coming back to the sideline. I told you, your number's going to get called again. You just have to stay prepared, stay ready. Don't let it get too. You can't get frustrated with the process of what the coaches see and what the coaches do on a game plan situation. So my message to him was just stay ready at all times. Just continue to work, put in the work behind the scenes. And when your number's called again, take full advantage.
All right, Jay, thank you.
All right, that was Jay Crowder. That's our last guy from the Heat tonight, right before the game starts. The game hasn't started. The guys are still warming up. Rachel Nichols was talking to Dwight Howard before the game, so you guys know how that goes every time it has happened in the last couple of times. So, okay, let me see what we got here. We got a lot of messages. Thank you very much for all your messages here. And this is your opportunity to say who's going to win tonight. Let's see. Reagan Marshall is saying Lakers by 12. We'll see about that. I don't know if anybody else wants to reply to Rachel. And before or in the meantime, as we wait for other people to tell us what you guys think about this particular game during the series, a very key game for the Miami Heat. They want to make it a series. Let's go back and check on Twitter what's going on with our 5 Reasons account. It's taken up by Brady Hawk tonight. So Brady Hawk is going to be tweeting from there. This is not a good look for Olynyk that the coach decided not to go with Leonard over him when Leonard hasn't played in so long. Well, it happened in the regular season. So I guess they're going by that and then keeping Olynyk for the second unit along with Kendrick Nunn. Lakers Heat by 1. That'll be an awesome game. Heat by 8 tonight. Sebastian Tejeda, Reagan Marshall. I thought I saw their line was Lakers minus 9.5. Victor Gaiton, would you broadcasting commentary? No, we're just hanging out here. Live tweeting party. We comment the game. We talk during the timeouts. We analyze the game together. That's what we do here in this live tweeting party. Kilo. Patrick B is not unusual, keeping Kelly in his role. Yes, he's just putting. I mean, it would have been Nunn going in instead of Hero as the starter, but I guess that's fine too. Just bringing Tyler Hero to the starting lineup, he deserves it anyway. Kawhi Leonard plays for the Heat. No, he doesn't. I think Lakers by 15. Sorry, guys. Kelly should stay off the bench. We need shooting off the bench. Yes, the Miami Heat will have all of that. So let's go back to Twitter line over there, and let's see what Brady Hawk is tweeting from the 5 Reasons account. Andrew Iguodala will be a huge key for this team tonight. He can replicate some of the small things that Bam Adebayo does. Put it up here. Adding 4 threes would be huge for him as well. An early corner from Myers Leonard will be ideal. Getting his shooting confidence up early will be huge. I don't know if Myers Leonard will start shooting threes so early in the game. And talk about sports, saying the Tyler Hero will not get out of the starting lineup starting from tonight. Can Miami get this Myers Leonard tonight? He had a great game against the Warriors a couple of years ago. Haven't seen Hero miss a 3 in warm-up. Well, hopefully he doesn't. Catch up on all of the Heat and Miami coverage on our free website, 5reasonsports.com. Of course, we are welcome to visit our website there. We have a lot of articles and our different things that we're doing for you guys on 5 Reasons. So follow us at 5reasonsports.com, 5 Reasons, and then visit 5reasonsports.com. Let's go back here and read some of your messages as they come in. Are you live streaming the game? No, we can't live stream the game. That's illegal. We get in trouble. We go to jail, and we don't want to do that. The game's about to start, so we're gonna put the NBA live feed, but like the score up, and then we're gonna be following it. And you guys, please send your messages and send whatever you feel like it's a good comment towards the game. And thank you very much for following us. And let's go Heat. Why not? These are the type of games that Jimmy Butler signed up for, right? So we don't have no bench tonight. Kelly, DJJ, that's it. Well, and Kendrick Nunn, if you want to count him in. 13 reasons was good. Which 5 are you? Good question. We'll come back to you after whenever they ask for the first time out. So here we are. We're gonna go back. The game has already started. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back soon to be talking to you guys about this game between the Miami Heat and the Los Angeles Lakers. All right, first time out of the game. The Lakers are up 14-8. A couple of threes early by the Miami Heat that gave them the lead for a couple of minutes, and now the Lakers are back up 14-8. It's been a key for the Lakers, recovering the ball, a couple of blocks and fast breaks in transition that have been very, very effective for the Lakers so far. So for the Miami Heat, 2 points for Crowder, a very good fake and go and penetration to the ring. He got 2 points there. Then 3 from Maris Leonard, a surprising 3 early in the game, and then Tyler Hero with another 3. By the Lakers, we had 6 points by Dwight Howard, 4 points for Anthony Davis, a couple for LeBron James, who already has a couple of assists. The same with Danny Green, 2 assists, but no points so far, and Caldwell Pope with a couple of points as well. The Lakers missed the 3-point attempts that they had so far. We have to remember the second half for the Lakers wasn't that good from the from the 3-point line. So that's going to be something to be watching here in the game. The Miami Heat made 2 out of the 3 attempts that they've made so far from 2. They've just missed a couple of field goals. So they are, let me see, they are 3 for 7 in that regard. So holy travel. I saw that same play. I thought LeBron James traveled in that last one against Tyler Hero, but I don't know. It's they don't call those type of things in the NBA nowadays. So I guess we have to deal with it. Let's go to Heat Twitter. Let's go to see what Heat Twitter are saying about this game, because this is a very important game in the final. I know the Heat has a couple of men down, but it's the next man up mentality that they are building here in the Miami Heat, and that's what we're gonna be checking on here and what they're saying on Twitter right now. Let's go over there and let's check what's up on Twitter with the Miami Heat. So, no juega nada el Heat, me hace recordar a Belgrano. El novato Tyler Hero ha empezado con la puntería más que ajustada. The 3 from Tyler Hero. Bam and Gordon were still fighting to play this game, but your asses and do whatever it takes to get a win tonight. Michael Fisher just realized what's going on with our shorts. They are like a little shorter and tighter than normal. What's up? Miami needs to attempt more threes, in my opinion. NBA Italia says Tyler going from 3. Game 2 looks like the Heat versus Monsters out there. The Heat are a year early for the finals. Looks like a mismatch. Our friend Curtis Morrison. Do it for the East, the Heat Twitter, and whatever's going on there at the game. I see LeBron put a little Coco being in for tonight. Looking good, young fella. La basura de Howard roncando. Que castigo. Let's go, Heat. LeBron's just playing at another level. It's becoming near impossible to stop. The king is here. Sick. Dwight's playing like it's 2008. Awesome. I'm here. It's been hard for the Heat to really counteract the big man that the Lakers have right now. So let's go back to the score watching, and we'll be back to talk to you guys real soon. All right. Thank you for all the messages. I'm gonna be reading all here soon. All right, Frank Vogel is challenging the foul on Duncan Robinson, so we'll see what the refs think about this play. It's 22 Lakers, 14 for the Miami Heat. Rafael Morales say, "Here we go." Jermaine King says, "Jim is not playing well right now." Justin Winslow, I miss you. Well, the Miami Heat got here without Winslow, so don't worry about it. Duncan can't make anything. Yeah, he missed a couple of open ones, and as soon as I said it about the Lakers that they had missed all of them, they got a couple from three. So now they are 3 from 8 from the 3-point line. Vivian Oliveira says, "Go Lakers." Where are you from, Vivian? From LA. Miami, on the other hand, has 3 points for Leonard, like 4 for Crowder, 1 for Butler, who just missed a free throw right now. Tyler Hero has 3. Olenek, who got in, has 3. None has played a little bit more than a minute and still doesn't have any points. I haven't attempted any shots so far. So it's Lakers 22, Miami Heat 14. This is the first quarter of the second game of the NBA Finals. Let's go Lakers. Jermaine King says, just smiles, and he says, "Big cool." So let's go back to the what Miami Heat are saying on Twitter. The Miami Heat Twitter, it's active and going. Monica Aviles says, "Miami, yes, let's go Heat." And let's go back to what they're saying over there on the Heat Twitter feed on Twitter. Let's go back and let's keep reading here. Let me show it here real quick, and here it is. We are back to it. Miami Heat. Let's go. Let's go to the most recent tweets. And it's LA versus Miami Heat live HD. So you guys can go over there. Be careful. See what else. George Mitchell Perez. "We need to play tighter defense, especially on the picks, bro. They are getting too open, too easy off that. Let's get some baseline cuts on offense too. Go for a layup or a pump fake and get the foul call. Let's go, man." George is a little frustrated with the way the Miami Heat is playing right now. They are waiting for the refs to check on a foul. It was a Rondo foul on Duncan Robinson, who's shooting a 3 there. The Heat Twitter is the worst team that has ever played the game. Well, it's a little overreaction there. "Dear Miami, what the hell are you doing?" They left LeBron James by himself. Duncan Robinson should have gone and tried to close him out, and then he didn't. And that gave LeBron an open look to the rim right in front of him. It was an easy 3 for number 23 and the Lakers. That's a very early challenge usage. Very surprised by that by Vogel. He doesn't want the Miami Heat to get any free throws. So I guess he's trying to get rid of the Heat very, very fast. So we're seeing the replay. It looks like the Rondo touched Duncan Robinson when he was on his way down with his rib cage. It was ripped to hip, I guess. So that's a foul, and that's what they call nowadays in the NBA, and that's what you get. Go Miami, Los Angeles Lakers. Lakers won't be any good once LeBron retires. They traded away all their young players. Well, yes, this is probably one of the last shots for LeBron to win another championship, one of the last shots for the Lakers to do the same as well. Heat are set for the next 5 to 10 years. Well, hopefully that's the case with Adebayo, Hero. If Duncan Robinson can keep the same rhythm, Butler has a couple of more years in his contract, and he'll be there as well. So let's go back to watch the game, and we'll be back with you guys in a little bit. So it's it. End of the first quarter. It's 29-23 for the Lakers. So a little closer than a lot of people expected. Jimmy Butler with the last couple of points for the first quarter for the Miami Heat. It's a very even all throughout the 7 guys that played so far for the Miami Heat. It's 5 points for Butler, 4 for Crowder, and then 3 for Leonard, Robinson, Tiro, and Olynyk, and a couple for Kendrick Nunn there at the end of the first quarter. Those are the 23 points for the Miami Heat. And then, what happened? No. And then Anthony Davis, 8 points. Dwight Howard, 6 points early in the game. Then he got out. He never scored again. LeBron James, 5 points for assists. 5 points for Kyle Kuzma. And 3 points for Rajon Rondo. That was a 3 from Ray J. Rondo right there. And the Lakers, let's check how the Lakers are doing from the 3-point line, because that's key. That happened. What happened in the first half of the first game was not very usual. So today they're down to only 27% from 3. 3 for 11 for the Los Angeles Lakers from the 3-point line, and that's going to be key also for them to take away this game like they did with game 1. They're checking a foul on Caruso right before the buzzer went off. So let's see what they're saying about it. Okay, free throw line extended, nothing happened. There's 29-23 at the end of the first quarter. So go Lakers, says our friend RG. Lakers win. LeBron James, the king, is back. And John Lee, our friend John Lee, says, I'm watching NBA Live from Philippines. Go Miami. Thank you guys for all the messages. We're back here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to our channel and turn on all the notifications, because we're going to be here all night. We have a post-game show as well, and we're going to be doing this during the entire game, so you guys can enjoy what we're doing here. That was another missed 3 from the Lakers at the end of the right there. I don't know if they're going to count that. So if they're counted, yes, they did count it. So there are 3 from 12 from the 3-point line. So that's very important for the Miami Heat in order to try to stay in this game. I mean, it's a 2-possession game right now, way better than a lot of people expected them to be earlier in the day. So let's go back to Heat Twitter. Let's see what Heat Twitter are saying about this first quarter. Is not as bad as we expected. Very close, actually, for what was supposed to happen in this first quarter. Let's go over there and check what they're saying. Alexi got that foul. I'm going to lose my mind now. This is ridiculous. Our friend, it's Reno Main. Yeah, that foul was a little not very convincing. Jimmy ain't taking a second off. The guys are playing hard. Let's hope it's sustainable through 3 more quarters. La Nación Deporte, Los Ángeles Lakers dominó el primer cuarto. Anthony Davis es el máximo anotador con 8 puntos. I saw LeBron take a charge from 173-pound Tyler Hero. Yeah, that was unbelievable. They call those fouls, and those are just, I can't believe they're calling this. First quarter of the NBA Finals is on the books. Look at the odds. The Lakers are such favorites today. Heat Twitter, they feel the absence from Dragic and Adebayo. The refs swallowed their whistles pretty good and let both teams play through the first 10 minutes. Last 2 minutes have been classic NBA officiating. I'm sick to my stomach. Butler just got his first field goal. Still only a 6-point game, though. Well, if he goes at the same rhythm in that first quarter, he's going to end up with 24, which is pretty close to what he had in the first quarter of the first game. Anyway, so Dude needs to come on home. Can Miami please win tonight? Oh my God. Let me see what else. Come on, refs. We call that a foul. We call that a flop. It's just a minimal contact by Nunn. Down by 6. We got this. A lot of Miami Heat followers still believe they can win this game. Strong opening quarter for the Lakers as they leave after 12. Whatever. He fouled himself, literally jumped into Kelly. I think the foul was called on Kendrick Nunn. We have to continue battling. We know that the paint is the strength of the Lakers. If they want to beat us, they can't beat us shooting, and that's a key point because they only shot 25%. They should be tweeting this at the same time as we're doing, so those don't get lost. Those comments here. Heat Twitter will hang tough. There's a lot of pride in Butler, Crowder, and Kelly Olynyk. These veterans have been through playoffs wars. Caruso is trash. Luz na pasarela, Brasileiros. Se termina el primer cuarto de la NBA. Se equivocó ahí. Not a bad quarter. A bit discombobulated at times, but the fight was there. Focus, make some shots, and it will be a game. Those are some of the messages on his Twitter. The second quarter has already started, so we're going to be back soon to keep talking to you guys about what's going on in the NBA Finals. All right, so this is timeout for the Lakers. It's 40 Lakers, 30 for the Miami Heat. A couple of fouls there that, I don't know, man. It's just LeBron gets the foul calls whenever he wants to, right? And Jermaine King says the same. Whoa, refs are letting LeBron do whatever he wants. This is sad. NBA is a joke. This game is over. The Heat don't have enough, and it's not playing well. Well, you know what? It's only 10 points, and like we said, the Lakers are not shooting the ball pretty well from three, so that might make it. That might give them a little chance tonight. They're let me see, the Heat are 4 from 13, not good either, but at least the Lakers are not killing them. They're 6 for 20, so 30% for the Lakers, only 30%, 30.8% for the Miami Heat, but only 13 shots from three, so they're not going from the long shots like we thought here on 5 Reasons. They've been, it's been more attacking the ring than anything in the first couple of minutes. So what do you guys think about the game so far? Do you guys like the way the Heat is focusing on this? John Dawson, for example, doesn't like Kendrick Nunn. He says Kendrick Nunn is a tragedy. Well, I wouldn't call him a tragedy. It's just he's not. We have to remember he didn't play at all, or not many minutes in the series before. He got his first minutes in the first game after the game was blown away for the Los Angeles Lakers, and Nunn today in 9 minutes has 4 points, a couple of assists, 1 rebound. He has to be more aggressive and attack the basket, attack Caruso. Caruso can't really hold him, so he has to be more aggressive there, and I think he can score more points for the Heat. The same goes for Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson. Be more aggressive, but taking shots. I mean, the Heat needs them to be taking more threes more often for the Miami Heat. That's going to be a key. Miguel Hernandez, we're still in Let's Go Heat. We are still in Let's Go Heat for Miguel Hernandez, and Michael Engalgado says LA, so I guess he goes for the Los Angeles Lakers. So let's go back to Heat Twitter. Let's go back to 5 Reasons. Let's see what Brady Hawk is putting out there in the 5 Reasons account as we go there and we show you what his analysis is so far. Okay, let me see. We have some messages here before we go there. Of course, they're going to win. The Lakers are the Heat catching up. We can make a shot. He's talented offensively, but he doesn't have the consistency to be our primary ball handler. He also has 3 turnovers in 9 minutes. Missing too many shots. That's wide open. Go Lakers. Too many shots that are wide open. Yes, that's true as well. Let's go check what the guys are saying real quick before we come back to watch the second game. 10-point game, and Jimmy Butler's scoring run is coming. Hopefully that's the case. At the end of the first quarter, the leading scorer is Jimmy Butler with 5 points. Somebody will need to have a big second quarter to change that. I think it could be Tyler if he gets some shots on the outside. So let's go back to watch what's going on over there in Orlando. We'll be back here sometime soon to keep coming to the game with you guys. Thank you. Shout out. All right, the Miami Heat within striking distance, 7 points, almost with the second quarter over, and they've been close. They've been close to up to 4 points, and they just keep getting those calls, man. And I don't know what to tell you guys, but this is what's going on right now. Let's check what who the highest scorer guys are for each team so far. The 45 points for the Miami Heat are divided like this. It's 7 points for Olynyk, 7 for Nunn, 9 for Butler, 9 for Crowder, 3 for Leonard, 3 for Robinson, and 2 for Iguodala. Those are the 45 points for the Miami Heat. For the Lakers, it's 12 for Anthony Davis, 10 for LeBron James, 6 for Howard. He scored those 6 at the beginning of the game, and then he never showed up again. Danny Green with 3, Caldwell Pope with a couple, Kuzma with 3, Kuzma with 5, Rondo with 5, Caruso with 6, a couple of threes, and Morris with 3 that he just scored at 3. From 3, the Lakers are living by the 3 right now. 8 for 25, so it's 32% for the Lakers, 25 attempts from the 3-point line, and the Miami Heat has only attempted 15 so far. So that's the difference between the two teams right now. The Miami Heat attacking the ring a little bit more than the Lakers. The Lakers are struggling a little bit with the defense that the Miami Heat's using right now, the zone defense that has clogged a little bit the paint, and that's giving them a hard time. So let's go back to what Heat Twitter are saying. And let me see. Alex Dixon, Jim is gassed right now, but we need to close this half out properly. Yes, I mean, Jimmy Butler was used to play so many minutes when he was with the Timberwolves, that I'm not surprised that he's playing so many minutes right now. He's played 17 minutes, almost 18 minutes so far. So he's probably very tired, like our friend Alex was saying here. So let's go back to 5 reasons, see what he's saying right here, and let's show here on the screen. Let's go back there and give me a second. It's okay. 5 Reasons Sports. It's run by Brady Hawk today. Jimmy Butler is doing everything on offense, controls the speed by getting to the line, then distributes to get open shots. That's what Brady Hawk is saying about this game. And let's see Ethan Skolnick here, what he's saying, because that's interesting too. See what his takes are on this game. He's over there in the bubble, so he gets to watch it live. Butler is 1 for 5, but he has 5 rebounds and 7 assists. That's 3 fouls on Nunn, which is problematic. Spo may need to mix in Hill or Jones. Yeah, 2 of those fouls were not normal fouls in a normal basketball atmosphere, but we know what's happening right now in the NBA. The Lakers have some lazy possessions. They can get what they want if they're patient. Instead, hit within 4. That's happened a couple of times, and it's been close at some points for the Miami Heat. Right now, it's 8 points, the difference between the Lakers and the Miami Heat. We're going to be back here in a little bit as soon as the first half is over, I guess. They need to call timeout and give them a break. Well, they just did, and they have to play the last couple of minutes. So, yes, that extra point after that foul on Kendrick Nunn, he has 3 fouls, so he has to rest for a little bit, probably until the second half. Right, end of the first half, the Los Angeles Lakers have a 14-point lead, 68-54. A couple of missed calls there from the referees. That's normal, especially after that Rondo 2 points over there. He, boom, boom, boom. The ball came all the way up. It's just unbelievable they don't call this. So for the Miami Heat, 11 points for Jimmy Butler, 5 rebounds, 8 assists so far. 9 points for Jay Crowder, 5 rebounds, and that's it for him. 3 points for Myers Leonard. He started the game, but then he only played 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Duncan Robinson, 6 points in the first half, and a late three there. He was 1 for 6 in the first half from the 3-point line. Not good for the Miami Heat. Let me check for the Miami Heat. What was the percentage from 3? It was 6 for 17. So they missed so many shots. They're only shooting 35% right now. 7 points for Kelly Olynyk, 7 points for Kendrick Nunn, and a couple of points for Andre Iguodala. So that's the stat line for the Miami Heat so far. Bam Adebayo is not playing tonight. Haslem, of course, not playing. Hill hasn't played in a minute, and Chris Silva is the other one available for the Miami Heat tonight. For the Lakers, the mighty Lakers, 15 points for Anthony Davis, 12 for LeBron James. They both have 4 rebounds, 6 assists for James, 6 points for Howard in 9 minutes, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block. And then Kuzma has 8 points. Rondo has 9. He finished the first half very well. So he ended up with 9 points. 6 points for Caruso, 6 for Caldwell Pope, 3 for Green, and 3 for Morris. From threes, that has been a lot of the offense today from the Lakers. 9 threes for, they're 9 for 27. 9 for 27, so that's a 33%. The Miami Heat is in 35, but they've shot 17 times only. The Lakers have shot 27 times. That's a lot of threes coming out of the Lakers in this first half. Danny Azar says, why did they stop playing Mayers? He wasn't bad. I guess when you play zone, Mayers, I don't know if he doesn't feel comfortable with that system and having Mayers there. I don't know. He gave, let me see, Olynyk more minutes over there. Olynyk plays 17 minutes, so I guess. I mean, and Eric Spoelstra did this a lot during the season. He will start some people, and then other people would have actually more minutes on the court. They shouldn't stay in that zone that long. Show them flashes of zone and man-to-man to throw them off their game. I mean, they were close. At some point, they were 4 points away, so it worked at some point of the game. Mayers isn't playable with Davis at the 5. They haven't returned to Dwight yet. Is Kelly playable then? LOL. Well, I think it's interesting because I don't know. They were so close in some different points that I think it worked at some points with the zone, but I understand that it was hard to keep the Lakers off the paint for that long. And you see the last couple of minutes of the second quarter, and the Lakers attacked the basket a little more because that was more effective. So that's probably what they have noticed from that specific point during the first half. Mayers was out of breath. He's not in game shape. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, they're still practicing, but of course, it's a different rhythm once you're in an actual game. What the fuck is this zone? BS, stop playing zone. And Duncan has to impact the game somehow. I mean, he's tried. He's shot 6 times. He's only made 1. And he was right over there, right by the end of the first half. So we'll see. Hopefully he gets more points from 3. Tyler can't be shooting bricks. Tyler also had a couple that went in and out. And those that really hurt because they were really close. He's only shot 1 for 2 from the 3-point line, so maybe he can be more aggressive in that regard. So nobody. Duncan Robinson was minus 18 in the first half, and nobody was actually positive today. Yeah, no. The best ones are Hero, Nunn, and Iguodala. They're all -5. Of course, they're losing by by 14. So it's hard to actually have somebody with positive at the end. Heat needs 2 stops and 2 threes, and it will be a game. We're still missing a lot of shots. Yes, I mean, let me check. Let me recheck here, see what the Heat did from field goal. They shot 44%, not as bad as from three. They shot from three. They shot 35%. From field goals, they had 38 field goals, and from the 3-point line, they had 17. They went to the line and they made 14 out of 15. So that's pretty solid right there from the free throw line. Duncan's playing with no confidence. Lakers are still shooting lights out, guts and grit. Lakers are still uncharacteristically hot from three. Frustrating. Well, they've shot so much that it's. I mean, it got to a point. It was down to 20% at some point, and then it came up at the end. But they were missing a lot of threes, and that's when the Heat got closer and closer. I feel good for the Heat, man. I mean, you have to notice they missed 2 key players for their system, and they're playing a little better than they did in the first half of the last game. You remember last game it was just horrible, and I mean it was a little better. I know it's a 14-point deficit, but still a little better than last time. If Duncan is not making shots, he will kill us on defense. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can play. Let's go back to the minutes. So Robinson played 15 minutes in the first half. If he's not being a factor there, you can maybe add who. I mean, it's hard because you have to decide between Solomon Hill, Derrick Jones Jr. Hasn't played any minutes either, and then Chris Silva. That's the other option. I mean, you don't have a lot of options anyway. Duncan needs to start hitting threes, man. He's missed a lot of points. And our friend says Rondo's making threes. What the hell? Yes, let's go back to Rondo's stat line. He shot, I think he made 1 in this first half. Let me check. Yes, he made 1 out of 2 that he shot in the first half. Let's go back to Heat Twitter. Let me set it up here real quick. Let's start with Ethan Skolnick, who's over there in the bubble. He's our boss here on the 5 Reasons YouTube channel, 5 Reasons Podcast Network, 5 Reasons Sports.com. Let me see. Yes, here, I got it. Okay, let's check here real fast. It says, this series will be huge. No, this is not it. This is it. This series will be hugely clarifying for the Heat. They need another versatile defensive big to complement sub for Bam. Maybe Ibaka. They need another defender ball handler to take the burden off Butler. Holiday or Kyle Lowry. Halftime, Miami's playing really hard, just outman Butler. And then the stats said Miami need to make 15 threes on a high percentage. The Heat are 6 of 17. So they're not hitting a lot of threes like we said, and they're not shooting either. So they're not being aggressive from the 3-point line. Either Bam does the work of 2-3 players on defense. He's also the fulcrum of most of what they do offensively. This is what it looks like without him. The Heat look gassed. This series is going to drive Tyler Hero into the weight room. He's struggling against length, but if he gets a little stronger, that will make up for it. Don't understand why the Heat keep switching on LeBron, Butler, and then we saw that one from Butler coming out earlier during the analysis. Tyler's going to have to add some strength on him in the offseason. He can't seem to create clean looks against these grown veterans. Duncan is 1 for 6 on threes. Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit ago. It is what it is. If he made at least 2 or 3 of those, the game would have been way, way closer. Tyler and Duncan look scared out there. I don't think they're scared. It's just, they're not making shots. That's it. I miss Bam so much. Have to agree. Duncan's scared. I don't agree with that. I don't think when they don't play well, it's not because they're scared. It's just they're not performing at their level, and that's it. Spo has to get exotic with trying to get Duncan better shots off. The dribble handoff isn't as effective without Bam. Yes, and that's how you look at the importance of having Bam Adebayo there for the Miami Heat because he's a key player, man. We see it every time we are there at the arena. It's part of what they do. It's all the little things that you don't see in the stat line, and you have to be there to actually enjoy it and be able to see all the little details that really go into Bam's game, and that's very important. And you can tell now that he's not playing. Where Okpala? Well, Okpala is right there on the bench. I think the physicality of this series is definitely getting Duncan and Tyler feeling overwhelmed, and it's carrying over to the offensive intensity. And then here, off season, Tyler and Duncan got to work on a straight defense, 100%. Heat needed to get out of the zone and just play man. Zone is not working. Well, it didn't work at the end, but remember, the game was 4 points away at some point. I mean, the Heat hasn't even been as effective on offense either. I mean, the defense hasn't been ideal, but the offense hasn't gone off anyway. I don't think Duncan is scared, but I do think he needs to cut more and just more movement in general. Not scared, but confidence way down. It seems for Duncan, he needs to heat up. Now he's a liability on defense. Tired of seeing Jimmy miss layups. Just crazy how many he misses. Let me see. Let's go check how many field goals has Jimmy Butler missed today, because he is leading the team with 11 points. He has 5 rebounds and 8 assists, and he's 2 for 7 from the field. Not a good percentage, of course, 28%. And he's made 7 points out of free throws. He's the one that missed the only free throw in the first half. He doesn't have. He hasn't attempted any 3-pointers in the first half. I agree with Mariah. Bang being out hurts us so much more than we could have imagined. And Alex Dixon said, Heat getting in the bonus early will be pivotal. Yes, I mean, they have to be more aggressive, especially Kendrick Nunn is very good attacking the basket, and he's done it the entire year. And why not? I mean, they're down by so many points. Why not be a little bit more aggressive at this point? I mean, it's not like it's going to get worse, right? And then you're right, Patrick. We're not getting those calls, and we will not get them. So get used to it. It is what it is, and you know how the NBA rolls. If you're gonna beat the Lakers and LeBron James, you have to really, really, really beat them. And we saw it against the Bucks, and we saw it against the Celtics also, because it was that type of referee performance against the Celtics. Are they get and they get every phantom call? Throw Duncan away, bro. Why Kelly playing so much? Give Lerner more minutes. Well, because Kelly Olynyk has a little bit more of agility than Myers Leonard there, and he can be a little bit more helpful defensively. That's why probably, and then he gets points too. So I mean, it's what it is. Pretty clear to me. We never get the refs calls. That's true, Daniel. Thank you for your message. Heat making LA look like the Spurs in 2014. I'm not mad at Jimmy. He played the entire first half. That man is gassed. Yes, Jimmy Butler played 21 out of the 24 minutes. He's the player that has played the most in this first half. The one, let me see, I'm checking the Lakers numbers. Anthony Davis played 18 minutes and 33 seconds in the first half. And look how Jimmy played 3 more minutes than him just in that half. So that's very impressive. Dude needs to set up a 3. His catch and shoot game is not good. 6 attempts and only made 1. Duncan used to get a few backdoor cuts every game earlier during the season. He might need to look to get a couple to open his 3. Yeah. Because that way you made the defender not only think about your 3, you're preparing for 2 things instead of just 1. And that's, of course, something very important, to have the defender not thinking about just one option, but also to maybe put some ideas on the defender's head. Why is Tyler Hero playing? They need to bench him. Well, I mean, he doesn't have as many options. It's not like Eric Spoelstra is having a lot of options there. Tyler Hero did play 18 minutes, almost 19 minutes. and he hasn't been very effective. Especially, he hasn't shot as many threes as we think he should, and that has been a key for the Heat. How many transition points do the Lakers have? That's a good question there, because the Heat had, let me see how many turnovers. They had 5 turnovers, so they're winning as many, but they did get a lot of easy points coming back after a rebound or something. So we have to check that out. Tyler's leaving a lot of shots short, maybe too much practice, too tired. Well, it could be. I mean, it's been hard for these guys. It's been a long season, but I don't know. No excuses. They're just not performing at this point. I guess that's what it is. We can't let them in transition, and we either have to give up the paint or give up the three. We clearly can't guard both in zone right now. I'm kidding. We need him. He'd go. Do you think we even have a chance to cut the lead or maybe even take the lead this game? Yes, I do. I always believe in this Miami Heat. The game has started already, the third quarter, and here we go with the second half. Let's keep enjoying the game, and we'll be back to talk to you guys in a little bit. All right? Thank you. Right, 18-point lead for the Los Angeles Lakers, 82-64. Keep reading all your messages. Thank you very much for sending all your love this way. Thank you for staying here and sending your messages all night. And we are enjoying this game tonight together here on the Five Reasons YouTube channel, the second game of the NBA Finals. Alex Dickinson says AD is having the best game in finals history right now. He's getting hot, and that's what a superstar does. So we were ready for that, and that's what we're getting today. So let's go back to Heat Twitter and see what people are saying over there about this game so far. So yeah, I really do think they can beat the Lakers. Let AD, LeBron do their thing, but we have to contain the rest of their team. Heat are hopeless. Paul gets too much credit. No, I don't think, Jermaine. You're being dramatic here. Without Bam and Dragic, they look completely lost. Yeah, that's true. All right, we'll be back. The game's on already, so we'll be back to you guys in a little bit. So Anthony Davis going off in this second half. He's been key for the Lakers to get this 30-point advantage so far in the second game of the NBA Finals. Without him, the game would have been way, way closer, but that's what you get when you get a superstar. So let's go check the box score because what Davis is doing so far is actually great, great. So we had some messages here coming from our Cats Dogs Baby. Thank you. Get rid of the future done in Duncan Robinson immediately. This offseason, we need to get a big. This is stupid. We're getting killed on the boards, and the coaches continue to play only one big. Joel Embiid wanted to play for us. Janet to play with us. There is no next year for the Lakers. They had to do it this year for Kobe. 1 year sacrifice for 10 years of rings. We have the biggest and most unfair advantage in the entire league. Well, we'll see. The East is not gonna be that easy either. Boston's coming back. The Nets are coming back with the entire squad, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to watch. Okay, let's go to Anthony Davis' stat line because right now he has 30.7 rebounds. But what is incredible is that he's 14 for 15 from field goals, 93%. That's just crazy. Just put somebody else on him, right? Put two guys, make somebody else get some baskets, and that can help because that's. I mean, it's been incredible. 92 points for the Lakers in 3 quarters. So it hasn't been the offense. I mean, the offense is all right. It has been the defense, and especially the effort against Anthony Davis. LeBron James has 19 points, 6 points for Dwight Howard. I mean, he scored those 6 points and then forgot how to score. Rondo has 9. Caruso, let's say Kuzma and Caldwell have 8 each one. Howard 6, Caruso 6, and that's it. We have our friend Manny wants to talk a little bit of Miami Heat basketball. What's up, Manny? How you feeling, man? Anthony Davis just killing it. I mean, the Heat is fighting. He's fighting right there, but it's just impossible, I guess.
It's very hard to watch when it's Kendrick Nunn trying to block out Anthony Davis. And listen, I understand we're playing zone, pero I don't know in what world you play zone. Y deja que el point guard has, blocking out the best player on the court right now. Pero
yeah,
it just, man, it's hard to watch, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, pero mira, despite all that, you're not what is it? You're down by 13 points.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Like I'm saying, I mean,
it's not that bad.
It's been 17, but it's been 4 points too.
No Dragic, no Jimmy, Duncan and Hero have been non-existent.
Yeah,
and you're only down 13.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jimmy's taking more of an assister role.
Yeah, no, he has to. He definitely has to.
He already has 10, so he has the double already.
Yeah, but one thing that I have to say is that I understand you're playing zone, but you need better effort, man.
Yeah, and you need to put 2 guys on Davis. You have to somebody else.
Listen, Alejandro, me and
just
you,
like in high school, that guy scored. Put 2 people on him.
Me and you can live with Caruso making threes.
Yeah.
Threes. What I can't live with is Anthony Davis going 20 for 21 from the field and doing every single thing by himself without us even putting a man on him. So
yes, so
that's the one thing that's very disappointing.
Okay.
But listen, I'm sure that we'll talk about this in the post game and whatnot. So I don't know. I'm just here watching.
It's fine. You can stay here with me. Stay watching. We're gonna stay here in the background, and we'll be back when another timeout comes up. Stay there. So the Miami Heat is only down by 10. Give me a second. Can't hear you right now. I don't know why I can't hear you.
Sorry.
There you go.
What I want to say is you're only down 10, but
Yes.
it all starts on the defensive end here in the fourth. You need to somehow come up with stops and score on the other end, and you have to have confidence in doing that. So
Right.
let's see if you can somehow battle through for the next final 12 minutes.
So it's been a roller coaster for Miami Heat fans. I mean, we still have 243 people here watching with us. It's crazy because Anthony Davis was just going off, and it looked like it was going to be another 20-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and he's cut into the half of that. It's only 10 points, and it has to be a lot of with. I mean, we saw how the Heat put 2 or 3 people on Davis, and that's what you got to do. If Rondo is hitting threes, I mean, what can you do about that? I mean, and he did, and he
Agreed.
did hit 2
And
at the
then
end there. He does. If he doesn't do that, this is a 4-point lead, and we were gonna, and we would have been all over the place crazy because it's only a 10-point game right now. And you remember what they did to the Boston Celtics in that crazy fourth quarter. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
yeah. But one thing that they have to keep doing, you got to leave Kelly Olynyk out there on the floor. He's 3 from 5 from 3 with 16 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 from 10 from the field in 25 minutes coming off the bench. There's no way that Spoelstra. Listen, I understand you tried Leonard. If you're gonna put Leonard in, it's because Dwight Howard is in. If Dwight Howard's not in, you don't even insert Leonard anymore because that's it's kind of a mismatch per se going back and forth. So you got to leave Leonard in on the bench, give KO an opportunity to finish the game. Tyler Hero, 17 points, 5 from 11 from the field, 1 from 3, 1 out of 3 from 3-point line. Little by little,
been
catching up.
confident about going for threes, but he has been attacking the basket, and they have to keep doing that because they're better than whoever, Caruso or Calvin Powell, whatever.
But how about that Udonis fire? Bro, it's like, how can you not, after that talk and speech, how can you not go out there and give it your all? Like right there, like that's what they needed at the particular point. And I hope the team takes that into the fourth quarter.
And this is very interesting because you can tell that these Miami Heat, I know they don't have Bam Adebayo, I know they don't have Goran Dragic right now, but this team can beat these Lakers. Even if Davis goes and scores 40 or 50 and LeBron does what he does, 25, 30 points, they can still beat the Lakers, and they can make this a series going into the future. Let's read some messages before we go into the fourth quarter. Respect to Kelly Olynyk, he's low-key been our best competitor tonight aside from Jimmy. This man is fighting down low and producing offensively. That's all they have, AD. And because I want to support my team, we have a disadvantage in size. Damn near every team we play. We need them to play with effort. I got them it's got them this far, and believing we will win and showing it with effort will be how we win. If BA comes back next game, we have a chance in this series. Bam Adebayo. Duncan is hurting us defensively. Hero is the best player on this team. Duncan Robinson is probably not playing a lot of minutes in this fourth quarter. Forget about him.
Well, listen, I do agree with Lopez here, one of our guys that sent a message. He's hurting defensively. Whenever he gets switched, it seems like he's either on Anthony Davis or he's on LeBron James. Unfortunately, he's not making any shots consistently, so you can't have that out there on the court right now, especially being down 10.
Yes, so we'll see if the Miami Heat can do it. The fourth quarter has already started. The Lakers have a couple of points. We'll be back, and Manny is going to be there for the post-game show, but he's going to stay here until he really has to go. Maybe during the fourth quarter, we'll be back to talk whenever somebody asks for a timeout, and hopefully it's with the Miami Heat a little closer in the score. We'll be back. Oh my God. Expulso almost ran out to play defense there. So we are back. We're back with you guys. It's been
Oh man.
in this same score for like 3 or 4 minutes. Nobody wants to score.
But Alejandro, like, this is what I said after the end of the third. You can come up with some stops on defense no matter how, but you can't score on the other
Yeah, yeah.
end. You have Kelly Olynyk trying to do a 50-foot three.
Yeah,
I don't understand it. It's
that
just
one is bad. But when Jimmy Butler goes to the basket and then doesn't shoot it, tries to pass the
yeah,
ball back.
too much trying to find your
Yeah,
guy.
yeah,
You got to
yeah.
drive to the hole. I think the Lakers have already 3-4 fouls in the quarter. You got to keep getting to the foul line, making them draw the fouls. That way, once you get fouled, once they in the bonus, that's 2 points for you every single time.
Every single time. And the hit tonight has been just unbelievable from the free throw line. They're what? Let me check it out real
I think
quick.
it's been like 20 something straight. Yeah. Or
29 from 30. So it's 29 in a row right now. That's
and they
just
only had one turnover in the third quarter. Imagine if they could have at least matched this intensity in the third, in the first half. You'd be in the game.
I know. But it's still a game. 10 points in the NBA right now. To nowadays, it's like 5 points. So okay, a lot of people complaining about the zone, but it's working right now. So what can you do about that? Jimmy gets all the way to the goal to pass. Yes, that's true. Olynyk needs to stop shooting these threes. What the fuck? What fortunate Lakers keep missing. Yes, I know they missed. Green has missed three way open. So those could have been daggers right there, and we dodged those bullets. They overmatched, man to man won't work. That's there. You have your explanation. So, I mean, we are happy the Heat are only 10 points down, but we feel, at least I feel like they could have been even closer at this point, right?
Agreed. Yes, agreed. I mean, it's just like I mentioned. If you had a little bit of the energy in the third, the way you played, where you played defense, you scored, and you had one turnover. Imagine if you could have done that at least in the first quarter or second quarter. But yet, those are things we'll never know.
We'll never know. That's true. So the Miami Heat right now, it's 101 points with 7 minutes to go. It's a lot of points. I mean, they've been scoring points. They just need to figure it
on
out.
the bright side, no Dragic, no Bam, and you're over 100 points with 8 minutes to go and only down 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure. So that's what I'm saying, that they can make this a series in the third game, regardless of what. I mean, if they win tonight, that would be awesome.
And Alejandro, it's quite clear. Duncan Robinson is unplayable right now.
I mean, he watching watching her Spolstra during the season, watching the Miami Heat from close, he didn't get to finish games very often. He used to start, get his shots early in the game.
Dragic to come off the bench and finish before them.
Yeah. So I mean, we're just missing that first part when he makes 3 or 4 threes, and we would have been closer in this game for sure. But it's still a very exciting game. We got the close game alert from the Miami Heat app, so we're here. It's 7 minutes and something to go, and we're gonna be back sometime soon because somebody's gonna ask for a timeout at some point. So Manny, stay here with us because you're good luck charm. Okay, so I was a little behind. What happened there? They were looking to see where the ball went, right? Okay, we're back. We're back and running. We'll see what happens.
Ay. Wait, so they came back from a timeout.
Yes, they're playing already.
Okay.
Or not. I don't know. Okay, we're back here. I'm a little behind, so I'm like 20 seconds.
Same here. Same
So
here.
I don't know. Okay, let's read some of the messages here. Here can't score when the Lakers are not scoring. Yes, they went like 111 and 101 for like 5 minutes. That's when the Heat should have been. That was the point, man. That was what we needed in order to keep them close, and now it's harder. Uh, we need to to get the 3-point rolling. Yes, we haven't seen Hero trying to get any 3-pointers. That's
Is that they're using Hero as a point guard to bring the ball up, and then so like the defense is really good for the Lakers when it comes to Hero. So you have to have other guys with the basketball, which then you have Butler who gets the one-on-ones, but when he gets to the basket, he's not trying to lay it down. He's trying to find an extra pass, and that's when the turnover comes in.
I know. Okay, Miami free throws for the rest of the game. Now I would drive all the time. Yes, you should go and attack. I mean, they should have been doing this from the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Bro, they shouldn't be doing this from the tip-off.
I know.
What the hell do you want to get on?
It's that easy. Just do this.
Would you rather have in the point, Leonard or Linick? I mean, we can't get anybody else, man. So we might as well go with a Linick.
That's what you get.
Option for neither. There we go. I love King.
Yeah,
knockout. Yeah, definitely an option.
Maybe
it's gonna have to be Kelly. It's gonna have to be Kelly.
Yes.
Listen, all I want to see is Udonis Haslem in there when Anthony Davis tries to dunk, and I need the best Udonis Haslem whack, just like on Tyler Hansborough, and that'll be good.
Yes. We don't get the same calls as the Lakers. That too, man.
Well, we're not driving enough like the Lakers. The Lakers are getting points in the paint, Alejandro, like it's a field day. Because the zone is opening up everything in the middle, and they're just finding the little gaps. And you see layup after layup. But in this quarter, in the third quarter, we've made them shoot the three. That's the difference.
Okay, let me see. Derrick Jones Jr.
Listen, you saw DJJ get abused by LeBron. I'm sorry. That's not going to work. Left and right, but still producing. Yeah, he's still giving you points. He has 19 points in 27, 28 minutes. That's more than any Heat starter besides Jimmy Butler. You got to go with Kelly Olynyk at this point. You can't go with anybody else. I think I'm going to stop using the zone. Well, listen, right now, it's what's been working. You just don't go man-to-man right now. I don't see how that's going to work. Right now. If you wanted to go man, you would have started it like that, and then you adjust. But 4 minutes left, you're down by 9. Why go man-to-man right now? That might not. No.
Okay, let me see. No, we get blocking fouls. No, Spo won't stop playing zone. No, that's a system.
No,
and the stops were there. The Lakers missed 8 shots in a row, and I don't think Miami
missed 9 in a row. We couldn't get the deficit.
Yeah. So I mean, I think those minutes were key. I mean, 2 baskets there, and this is a 6 or 7 point game or 8 point game, and it's a different feeling going into the last 4 minutes.
And then also, like another thing I saw too is that we missed 4 or 5 open threes in the first half. Imagine if 2 or 3 of them go in. Right now, it'll be 115 to 111. Who knows?
Right. Well, it's frustrating. At the same time, you're kind of proud. It's a mixed feeling right now. It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. So okay, let me see. It's a long time out. TV is having their money paid off here. Look at this tweet by D Wade. All we want to see is some fight. Let's go. Keep playing.
I totally agree.
And let me see here. KO got 19 points, second scorer of the Heat. He's doing the best he can. wish he played like this on game one. I think man defense will just be game one all over again. Yeah, that could happen.
We're back. Let's
We're
see
back.
if we can have one more run in us, Heat Nation.
All right, here we go. Again, another timeout by the Lakers. It's still the same difference, 11 points, but less and less time. I feel like it's been a low score in fourth quarter. I'm pretty sure it hasn't been that many points in this fourth quarter, and it's still an 11-point difference. The Lakers have the ball. This guy Jimmy Butler's always trying to pass the ball. Yes, he should shoot more often. I mean, it's been a little frustrating at that point. He leads the team with 23 points, but he could have more and more and attack more the basket. If you missed, you missed, and that's it. I mean, you see how close he was with that three over there, almost beating the buzzer. So, I mean, what do you guys think? You guys still believe that Miami Heat can come back in this last couple of minutes, or what? Leave your messages here. The post game show is already going on here in the channel, so you guys can go watch that. Ethan's going now eating 6. Yeah, Ethan's going should be back to Miami sometime soon. Nuggets made it close 5-1. No, well, the Nuggets tried. It didn't go their way. They did miss. They did lose again. That should have been for the Denver Nuggets, the second game of that series. Beatles better than Heatles. Nuggets are at home watching the game. Like, why are you wasting your time talking to the team hasn't made the finals in forever? Yes, we're gonna wait for the post for the post game conferences to come in here soon. So in the meantime, what we can do, we can play you guys the post game show. What time is it? 11:40. Yes, we're gonna wait a little bit until those are up, and if not, I think you guys can join the post game show that is going on this same channel. Just can log out and log in, and you can watch the post game show right now on the Five Reasons YouTube channel. It's going on. Alfonsin's hosting it after the game 2 win by the Lakers. The final stat line. Let me check here the final stat line before we go. It was 34 points for Anthony Davis, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. 25 points for LeBron James, 13 rebounds, 9 assists. Those were the 2 leaders. The third one was Caldwell Pope with 13 points, just 2 rebounds. Caruso had 10 points. Danny Green had 11 points. That was about it. For the Heat, 23 points for Butler. He should have been more aggressive going towards the ring. Crowder with 12. Hero with 14. Nunn ended up with 18. So good game for Kendrick Nunn. Maybe he gets to start game 3. That will be a good adjustment to make there. So thank you guys for joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure for us to be with you, to share with you for these 3+ hours here in the post game show, and hopefully you guys can come back. We're going to be back on Sunday. We're going to be live on Sunday, of course. Again, it'll be, it's going to be a fun night to watch. You know what? I just read the wrong stat sheet. Give me a second. That was from the first game. Coming back, this is the right one. LeBron James, he finished with 33 points and 9 rebounds and 9 assists. That's the right stats. Those are the right stats right there. Anthony Davis, 32 points, 14 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal. Howard, 6 points. Danny Green, 3 points. Caldwell Pope and Kuzma both 11 points. Rajon Rondo, 16 points. He had a couple of threes there at the end that were key to stay away from the Heat. Caruso, 6. Morris, 6. Both with a couple of threes as well. Let's see how many threes the Lakers attempted today. 47. The Los Angeles Lakers attempted 47 threes tonight, and the Heat only attempted 27. He made 11 out of 27, so not bad, 40%, but they should have tried to score more in this game, definitely. So it was 25 points for Butler, 24 for Olynyk. So great game for Olynyk. 17 for Hero, and 12 for Crowder, 7 for Leonard, 9 for Robinson. Kendrick Nunn ended up with 13 points. So, Bam Adebayo did not play. Hill played just seconds. Jones Jr. just played a couple of seconds as well. So I think that's it for tonight. Spo should start Nunn. I understand why he started Hero. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Great games is Frank Almanzar. Thank you, Frank. Numbers speak. Tonight you lose by 10 with the bench. Yes, it was frustrating, and especially in that late run in the fourth quarter. I think it could have been better for the Miami Heat, especially when they got the Lakers to miss 8 shots in a row. So, all right, that's going to be it. Let's see, when are we back? The final score. Let me see. We're gonna be back on Sunday. The game's at 7:30, so we're gonna be back earlier than tonight. that's good news for us. We get to go to bed a little earlier. We're gonna be with our pregame probably around 7:30 ish, and then gonna stay throughout the game to do this. Let's go. We have the press conferences already, so let's go there. And to finish off our coverage here for tonight, let's go to the press conferences, and then we'll leave you with that tonight. It's right there. Give me a second because Caruso's talking right now. It's not like I like to listen to what he was to say, but I guess it's our duty here. So thank you for staying with us in the post-game coverage as well. The post-game show with Alphonse Sidney is going live on the other feed here in the channel. So
on the boards, aggressive on defense. He is one of the most unstoppable players in the league. Whenever he's aggressive, and I mean, for me, I love watching it just because I know he is the pressure off of us because he is so good. Just trying to compliment him and make his job as easy as possible.
Hey, let's go on site. I believe we have Kyle Goon there.
Hey, Steve. He scored 39 points in the third quarter. And obviously the game got a little tighter than maybe it looked like it was expected to be. What was lost in that part of the game, and what can you take from that kind of forward?
Yeah, I think we fouled him too much. I'm pretty sure they were in the bonus early in the quarter, third and the fourth. That's one thing that they're really good at is getting fouled and drawing fouls. We just got to do a better job communicating on our switches and our off-ball stuff, just because they're hard to guard. You know, they play a lot like. Stylistically, like the Warriors did back when they when they're on their championship runs with a lot of pin downs and off-ball action and dribble handoff keys, playing extra pass basketball. So it's hard stuff to guard. You know, they got five guys out there that can pass, dribble, shoot just like us a lot of times. So it's a really good team, and we just got to make sure we limit them as much as possible.
Okay, we have time for two more. Let's go to Andres.
Thank you, Alex. I don't know if it was a predetermined play or it just so happened that LeBron and AD found themselves in the right position at all times. But you mentioned how points in the paint were big for you guys today. There were several plays where LeBron and AD found themselves very close to the baseline and they were able to sneak past the defense and score an easy bucket in the paint. Was that a set play that you guys had ready? And do you think size in the paint is your upper hand against this Miami Heat team?
Our size is definitely an advantage, just because they at times don't play guys. If they don't have a Leonard in there, they got guys that are 6'7", 6'8", and smaller. We've got Dwight or AD in there, and even LeBron's 6'9". It's really easy to rebound out of the zone just because it's hard to match up and box out. So that's been beneficial for us. And then, yeah, the weak spots of zone basketball 1-on-1 is the two dunker baseline spots, and then the middle of the zone. So we try to play our best players in those spots and give them the ball. A lot of times Miami does a good job of covering it up and we're aggressive on the outside. But anytime we can get it to them down there, it's beneficial for us.
All right, last question. Let's go to Claudia.
Hey, Alex, congratulations. So you had to guard Jimmy Butler a little. Just how good is he, especially at crunch time?
Yeah, Jimmy's an insane competitor. He doesn't always show it emotionally, but he's always locked in. He tried to put the team on his back tonight and did a little bit of everything, rebounding, assisting, getting to the rim, getting fouled. That's just who he is. You know, he's got a dog mentality that he's going to fight until he loses. And, you know, that's something that Heat team has, that they have the heart that not a lot of teams have to go down and fight back, a lot like we saw with Denver. So, you know, for us, it's just about trying to compete and make sure that every possession we're matching his energy or exceeding it.
All right, Alex. Thanks for your time, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Tyler. Defense seemed much improved in the second half to get you guys back in a little bit. What do you feel like changed on that end of the floor?
Just our rotations and our energy. I feel like in the second half, you know, they felt us more on closeouts, rebounding, boxing out. You know, they started to feel us a little bit more in the second half. And you know, I think we won the second half because of that. Obviously, we're not trying to win halves here. We're trying to win games, but, you know, it's a start. You know, we're just going to have to carry that into the next game.
And then
next up,
Oh, go ahead, Dave. You have another question?
I was just being down 2-0. Obviously, a better performance today than game one, but what's kind of like the message, I guess, now going into these next couple of days?
Down 2-0. It's the first time this playoffs that we've been down for 2-0. Down period. And the message is that our backs are against the wall, and how are we going to react? We have two options: we can fold or we can fight, like the Miami Heat do. And we know what kind of team we are. We know what we're capable of. And the next game we're gonna have to fight and make some plays. It's not gonna be easy.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, next up we have Manny with The Athletic. Go ahead, Manny.
Hey, Tyler, you guys obviously played a pretty good game offensively, shooting and everything. And I know you having to fill in for Bam and Goran wasn't easy. But can you talk about the way Jimmy, I mean, he kind of did it all for you guys, setting you up, and just the role that he kind of played tonight and keeping you guys in the game on that offensive end?
Yeah, we're pretty much trying to get Jimmy the ball on every possession possible that we can. We know how good he is and what he does for us. So, I mean, Jimmy was Jimmy tonight. He created everything for us. He was everywhere on defense for us, communicating, being the leader he is. I got to be better. We got to make more plays. We got to help him. But Jimmy did good tonight, and he generated a lot of things for us.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Maggie with Heat TV. Go ahead.
Hi, Tyler. You guys shot 50% tonight from the field, but so did the Lakers. I was just wondering, with you guys playing zone a lot, if there was any consideration to you guys switching to man, and then just what defensive adjustments you think you can make going into the next game.
Our defense was better in the second half, like we said. And for the next game, it's just it's gonna take more. Coach always says you have more to give, you give more, and we're playing on the big stage right now. The last two teams in the NBA are playing, and our backs are against the wall. We have to give everything we have. We need to, empty our tanks out there and live with the results. But we can give more. We can play harder.
Any difference tonight for you personally after you having that first game under your belt?
Not really. Whatever the team needs me to do, I try to do to my best ability. Obviously, I can always be better. Tonight, I feel like I could have been better. Just having the other team feel me more on defense, rebounding the ball, getting better shots, making more plays for my teammates. But I'll be better in game 3, and I think we all will.
All right, Canty's up next. Go ahead.
Hey, Tyler, following the last question about you playing in the star lineup, does that changes your game a little bit? Now starting from the bench and then starting from the lineup. And what I mean by this is the tempo of the game, but that changes your game per se in the court when you started right from the beginning.
Not really. At the end of the day, it's basketball. Still playing with my same teammates that I've been playing with all year. So, starting or coming off the bench, I got to be my best. There's no excuses at this point in the season. We're playing in the NBA Finals. At the end of the day, I got to be better.
All right, last question is for Cameron. Go ahead.
Hey, Tyler. You may have mentioned it, but I was wondering kind of what you felt you guys can build on and take into game 3 to kind of get you guys a W. You mentioned kind of making them feel you on the defensive end, maybe you being a little bit more aggressive, but I'd like you to answer that. What do you feel you can take into game 3 to kind of get you guys a W?
Well, we'll look at the film and watch it and see what we can take away. But from my point of view, I think the energy that we had for spurts throughout the second half, you've seen how we can play, how we can chip away at their leads. We can make runs ourselves, but I think we need to be able to play almost a perfect game against them. We know how talented they are, but there's adjustments that we'll make, and we'll be better for game 3.
All right, thank you, Tyler.
Hey, Rajon, congrats on the win.
as you guys continue to preach job not done, staying focused on the task at hand and yourselves taking care of business, when Miami looked to make that run down the stretch, what was the difference for you guys to closing this one out?
Stay poised, stay calm, get a good look at the rim every time, and don't turn the ball over, get back on defense. That was pretty much our mindset. Obviously, this team to get to the finals for no reason. They made a run, they get paid as well, and we withstood the run.
Now you moved to sixth overall and on the all-time assist list when it comes to the playoffs, passing Steve Nash and Larry Bird. You had 10 tonight to go along with 16 points. Rajon, where does that stat, where does that accolade, moving up on that list when it comes to passing, where does that rank for you? What does that mean to you?
Coming from where I'm from, obviously, I didn't grow up with hoop dreams. And, to pass the names I passed in this playoffs from Isaiah to Michael, Kobe to Steve and Larry, I couldn't even dream of that opportunity. So I'm very fortunate and blessed to be able to continue to play the game for this long and to play with a lot of great teammates that's obviously made shots for me. So that's a team award. It's not really an individual. It is an individual stat, but at the end of the day, you have to do it with your teammates, and that's what makes me play this game.
And speaking of one that you respect so much, and Anthony Davis, I know that you see so much in him, but what did he, since I know you believe in him as much as you do, what did he show you tonight? That efficiency and the way he was attacking the game. What did you see from him?
Show me anything. I've been playing with Eddie for a couple of years now, and I expect him to get 50 every night. I may take for granted just playing with a guy like that that's so efficient, shooting 99% from the free throw line. Take a big out on the floor, flip small in the basket. He's just so versatile, and he's damn near playing like the best player in the game, hands down. So I'm very fortunate that if he's on our team this year and last year, we know it's possible of him coming here, and like I said, everything comes to light, and he's playing super well for us.
BT, over to you.
Okay. Rondo, besides you have Alex, Markeith, Kuzma. You guys are the primary guys off the bench. What's the key for you guys? What are you guys trying to get accomplished as a group?
Just want to outplay the bench. That's been our mindset the entire playoffs, coming in and giving our starters a lift, giving those guys a break, coming in and being solid, taking care of the ball, starts with me, and these guys get looks at the rim each time. Defensively, we want to come down, try to get stops, and push the break.
Mark Medina.
Hey, congrats on the win. Regarding Anthony, he's often credited your feedback with helping him, stay aggressive. What's your message with that to him?
He's gonna stop him. For every game, I try him to score 75 points. He falls short. He's fallen short a couple of times. But other than that, his mindset is to go out there and dominate. There's no one in the NBA that can check him one-on-one. When the double comes, he's making great reads. Give the guys the ball on time, on target. And like I said, we play the rim, he's unstoppable.
Hey, Rajon, Anthony obviously put himself in this position where he came to LA to put himself here in this spot and in the spotlight. What is the challenge as an athlete to both ask for that challenge and then rise to it when it really matters most and there's so much scrutiny?
It's a mindset. He's a Pisces like myself, and he doesn't get rattled. He's pretty even killed mentality, and he expects a lot from himself. I'm sure he's probably the hardest critic. I have to be probably because my expectations are high. The sky's the limit. Hopefully, we're on our way to this first championship, but we want to push things too far and take one game at a time.
All right, we have time for two more questions. Let's go on site to Kyle Goon.
Been in a bunch of these crunch time lineups and some games that the team you're facing was making a push on your lead. What is sort of your mental set when you're trying to close and hold on to a lead, and what's sort of the dialogue between a bunch of guys who obviously have a lot of experience in those situations, and how is it different from maybe other teams you've been on?
When you're this late in the season in the finals, it's not much. It's not much. You have to command the guys doing the huddle. Me personally, I just want to continue to just remind guys to stay focused and keep their poise. Like I said, take care of the ball and get LeBron to 80 the ball.
One more. We'll have Dennis Freeman. Sorry, Raja.
Obviously, Miami's have come out with a sense of desperation in Game 3. How important is it for you guys to come out?
How important is what, Game 3?
How important is it for you guys to come out and match Miami's intensity, their desperation, so to speak, Game 3?
This is the finals. It's no extra motivation needed. You have to get motivated for Game 3 in the finals, and you probably wouldn't be here. So I don't really worry about our mindset and our aggressive coming out. We'll just come out and see how it goes Game 3.
Rajan, thanks for your time, sir.
Yeah.
Cruz, how you doing, sir? All right, if you're ready to get rolling.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. We'll get started with Allie Clifton.
Hey, Kuz, congrats on the win. I kind of actually just want to start with that you guys have remained undefeated still in the Black Mamba jerseys. And I know how much, obviously, Kobe means to you, what it would mean and what it's like for you guys to wear the jersey, represent yourselves, the game, the franchise. But how would you continue to describe what it feels like when you're out there, you're winning, and you're rocking that specific uniform?
It's a little bit of two things. I think obviously the whole Cole designing it, it's an unbelievable jersey. It looks great. And we look good, feel good, play good. I think that kind of summarizes us being undefeated in it. But at the same time, we're in the playoffs and we're a veteran team, and we know what the stakes are, and we try to go out and win every single game. And when we're out there playing free, playing with fun for one another, it's good out there.
And of course, tonight, another night in which you guys dominate, moving the basketball, the assist, handling the zone in which you guys have. What does it feel like on the offensive end, especially Kuz, and how free the offense seems to be right now?
It's a little free because they're playing a 2-3 zone out there, so just being able to move the ball, move it around, just find the right person that's open, find an open man. That's the most simplest thing. And when we could do that, obviously, could have hit more threes tonight, but I mean, our offensive rating was 136, so we hit threes, we might have scored 200. So
obviously, going up 2-0 in the series, final one for me. What's the biggest mindset? What must that mindset be going into Games 3, and what you know that Miami will again throw at you?
The zone worked for them, so we got to prepare for that and just be able to get ready to hit shots. I think that's the biggest thing, hit shots, but also we got to defend the right way. I think we had too many miscues out there, too many mistakes. Trying to figure out how their switch offense works. And, they try to exploit us by getting smalls on bigger offensive players. So something we got to figure out.
Okay, we'll move on to Brad Turner.
Hey, Kuz, I want you to talk about the reserve unit with you, Rondo, Markeith, Alex. How good have you guys been, and what are you guys trying to get accomplished as a group out there?
The biggest thing we're trying to accomplish is playing as a group, playing as a team. We all have our different nights, and that's how we like to play. It's fun out there. We try to play with tempo, and most importantly, we try to get stops and ignite our offense. That's the biggest thing our second unit is supposed to do. And we come in and pick up the game. So,
Cameron Buford.
Hey, Kuz, take me behind the curtain, man. You guys are 2 games away from an NBA championship. How are you maintaining kind of a level head? Obviously, you know that you talked about them playing the zone. You got to be ready for the zone. But how are you maintaining a level head, not getting too excited while you're trying to accomplish this goal?
It's just nothing to be excited about. We're up 2-0. Teams come back every day. We got to finish the job. So, we take game by game. Game by game. There's nobody that's excited in our locker room. I can say that right now.
All right, Andres, over to you.
Thank you. Kuz, you just mentioned that you guys are looking good, playing good, but that you're having fun playing out there with your teammates. kind of contrasting with this answer that you just gave, but how much fun has it been for you to compete in your first NBA Finals?
It's been super fun, especially for me. I'm just trying to live in the moment. I'm just trying to play possession by possession, come in with energy, get stops, guard guys, just help my teammates. And, that's all I can really ask for. And I'm out there competing. It's been fun. Playing the NBA Finals is a dream for me, so I love it.
We've got time for two more. Let's go to Canty now.
Hey, Coach. Only 2 more wins to go, but with everything that's been going on this year, 2020, what motivates you the most to win this championship?
Because we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot as a team. Obviously, 2020 has been a crazy year, but for us as a team, we've gone through a lot. Everyone's had a sacrifice. We've been in China, not knowing if we could get out the country or not. And then, the great Kobe Bryant passing away. And then, letting go of a guy that was a locker room guy for us. And then COVID hits. We had the bubble. Trying to figure out different things. Being here, we've been through a lot as a team. So that's the sweetest joy of trying to win the championship right now, because we have a very mentally tough team, and we all want to win it. We all have that care factor.
All right, this will be the last one tonight. Let's go to Claudia.
Hey, Kyle, congratulations, first of all. LeBron said you guys are playing a great team. What does that say about Miami when 2 of their best players are out?
Miami's a good team. They're in the finals. They're not here for no reason. They beat the best team in the East. And then on top of that, they beat a great Boston team. So they deserve to be here. They're a deep team. They play together. Everyone's live when they catch it. They have multiple guys over 15 points. So they're a hell of a team.
Bruce, thanks for joining us, sir. Have a good night.
You go. Right here.
Greg, you go.
Dan first.
Hey, Spo, you mentioned their physicality after game 1, obviously without Bam. It seemed like the Lakers, again, their size and physicality was a factor, especially on the glass. How big of an impact do you think that was?
Yeah, I mean, it clearly was. In those moments of truth, when we had opportunities, to get the game closer, it usually seemed to end up in some kind of offensive rebound or something near the basket. But this is the deal. And if you want something badly enough, you'll figure out how to overcome it. They have a great size, and Anthony Davis is, an elite player. We're trying to get something accomplished, and you just have to go to another level. That's the bottom line. I love a lot of the things the way we competed tonight, but I think another level would have put us in a position to have an opportunity, a real opportunity there at the end, and that's what you want. And that's part of the process of learning, how to get to that next level. So we got some time tomorrow to review it, own it, and get better.
Next question, Tab Deportes.
Hi, Coach. The next game maybe will be the most important game of the series for you guys. What is the biggest adjustment the team needs to do to win the next game?
Yeah, every game is the most important game. Tonight was the most important game. But we'll get to work tomorrow. I need to look at the film. We need to get together as a team and come up with a plan, for game 3.
Thank you.
All right, next question, Mark Schwartz.
Eric, 2 things. One, what does another level look like right now with Bam and Goran on the sideline? And 2, what is it about your group, to watch Udonis talk to them in the third quarter? You can see the passion and the resiliency in that guy's veins. What is it about your group that can overcome what the world thinks is an impossible mountain?
We don't give a shit what everybody else thinks. Whatever. Your first question, how did you phrase it? What will it take? Whatever is necessary. It's as simple as that. If you want something badly enough, you'll figure it out. And our group is extremely stubborn, persistent, and we just need to figure out, how to overcome this opponent, and that we respect the high quality of opponent that we're playing. You got to figure it out and overcome it.
Malika?
Well, you said after last game that you just didn't think it was a good example of Heat basketball. Tonight, where does that fall on the line between Heat basketball and very far away from Heat basketball?
Malika, I'm not necessarily going to grade it. I mean, certainly it was a much better competitive disposition. Our guys brought it. And look, if it ends up being whatever it was, 10, 12-point game, then we need to make up 10, 12 points to overcome that, 13, 14 points to make sure we get the win. That's what we'll get to work on. But look, I love these guys. I love the way we compete. We have to figure out how to overcome this and get over the top.
Tim Reynolds in the back.
Eric, I know you don't want to, I'm certainly not suggesting you go gimmicky or anything, but are you taking enough threes? Do you want to get to a place where you're even getting more of those up, especially early?
I do need to get to the film, Tim, but that is a good point. When we got it to about 10, several times during the second half, thought we rushed some of those possessions. And we don't want to play prevent offense by any means, but execute a little bit more with poise and get the exact shot that we want. And oftentimes that shot probably would have been, some kind of three, but it takes a little bit more patience and poise and intentionality to be able to generate a few more looks. Yeah, I think I would have liked a few more looks, but we had, opportunities of free throw line, opportunities in the paint. It was just some of those rushed opportunities when we had opportunity to get that thing to 10, see if you can get that to 4.
Next question, Anthony Chang.
Obviously, with Goran and Bam out, so much fell on Jimmy's shoulders. Played 45 minutes, career high in assists for the playoffs. What did you think about his performance, especially offensively?
I love Jimmy. What we're all learning as a group. You lay it all out there. He is a supreme competitor. You can't define him by any analytic or typical viewpoint of how to play the game of basketball, because he's going to compete and he's going to find different ways to compete to put your team in a position to win. And it was 45 minutes of everything he had and career high in assists, and he's going to have to get to another level. That's the deal, and he loves that type of challenge. And we have 48 hours to figure that out.
I know it's less about schematics, but after playing zone so sparingly in game one, what went into the decision to use it so heavily tonight? Was it just personnel that was available and knowing guys are going to have to play big minutes?
A little bit of everything. Yeah, some of it's personnel, some of it, it was a different look, for our defense. But we didn't finish a lot of those plays, so I don't think it really would have mattered, man or zone. There was, probably 8-10 of those possessions where we just did not finish it with that next level of commitment, which has to. This opponent is going to require us to go there.
And the last question for Coach Bolster, Jarrett Weiss.
Tyler and Kelly had to step into much bigger roles tonight with the injuries. How do you feel like that went?
Hey, they're a big part of who we are, regardless. I mean, Kale got obviously a lot more minutes, but Tyler has been this guy for several weeks. So we're not going back on that now. This is who we are. All right, thank you.
All right, Coach, thank you.
LeBron, Mike Trudell in LA. I believe you would have just finished your junior year in high school, 2002. Kobe and Shaq both go for 30 plus against the Nets. Game 3, the finals. You, of course, were then drafted the next year. You and AD, it's the first time Lakers teammates have done that since then. Just wondered if you were your thoughts on the Kobe Shaq dynamic and kind of what it's like going through a game like today with AD, especially at a similar level of efficiency.
You know, obviously being in high school and watching the Kobe Shaq duo, it was the most dominant duo that I have personally seen in my life from a basketball perspective. Hadn't seen, obviously, we knew the force that Shaq brought to the table, but the elegance and force that Kobe played with as well. They were very dominant in what they did on the floor, on both sides of the floor. So to be in a conversation with those two guys, myself and Anthony, myself and AD, he's going to kill me. Myself and AD, it's just very humbling because, I mean, I know I grew up watching those guys. I grew up admiring Kobe, obviously, before, you know, kid coming straight out of high school. So, you know, admired that kid that was young, got the opportunity, and obviously the force that Shaq played with. So I'm just very humbling. We're happy that we can be even mentioned with those greats.
LeBron, both AD and Frank kind of indicated that they, even though it's a win, they weren't totally happy with how things went today, defensively, especially Frank had mentioned. Do you agree with that? And if so, what concerns you about what happened with the way you guys
I
played?
definitely agree. And myself, coach, and AD was not happy with our defensive presence tonight. We know we can be a lot better. We're just from myself and AD, we're not satisfied, and with just the win, we want to be great. We want to be great as close to 48 minutes as possible. I know I said it after game one, but I'm extremely excited to watch the film tomorrow as well as a group and see ways we can be better. We're playing against a very dangerous team in Miami where they have 5 guys on the floor that's a threat, as they've shown tonight. So we have to continue to stay on our P's and Q's and cross our T's and dot our I's throughout the course of the game. And just, we have a breakdown being able to cover for one another, but they do a great job of putting your defense in positions that you may not be accustomed to. So we definitely was not happy with our performance defensively tonight. And hopefully we can be, we know, not hopefully, we know we'll be better in game.
Allison.
If you indulge me on the Kobe Shaq line of questioning, obviously Shaq, big post presence, a 5 as much as a 5 can be, Kobe, perimeter, all that. You and AD seem to have elements, maybe a bit of both of their games. I don't know if you would agree with that, but if you do, could you describe how maybe both of you are a bit of a hybrid of what those guys brought to the court?
Well, I guess if you look at the sense of the size and the power and the speed that Shaq at his size played with, you can look at my game throughout the course of my career and say that. And then you look at the elegance and the ability to shoot the ball and the ability to play in the paint as well, post up, get into the perimeter. I guess you can say that you can have some of AD's game that can compare to Kobe's game in that sense. Obviously, we're all 4 of us, all different positions. Kobe was a natural 2 guard. I'm kind of I don't know, whatever position. Shaq is a center, and AD is kind of a hybrid as well. So, but I guess all 4 of us, we have a winning mentality, and we just try to make enough plays out on the floor throughout the course of the game that will benefit not only ourselves individually, but from the most important thing, for the better of the team. And I can't even believe that we, up here talking about myself and AD with Kobe and Shaq. I mean, it's an incredible thing.
In the third quarter, you guys had an 18-point lead, and pretty close to that point. The Heat had a timeout, and UD was talking to the guys and really fired up. And at that point, it seemed like there was maybe a turn in momentum, and they started attacking aggressively. What do you know about UD that makes him impactful to offensive players like that, even though he himself is not playing in the game?
Just check his resume. It's that simple. He's put in the work. He's been there. He's been through everything that the Heat franchise have seen. He's seen it all, done it all. Just check his resume. So. And he's it's not many guys that talk about it and also be about it. He's one of them. And you want to be in the foxhole. That's somebody you want to be in the foxhole with.
Brian, you used the word force probably 6 or 7 times in the first 2 answers today. How important has your team's ability to play with force made a difference in these first 2 games?
Well, I think I was talking about force because Shaq's name came up, and there's no way that you can talk about Shaq and not that word come up. From a team's perspective, I think we've done a good job of, one, not turning the ball over, but also still being able to play with force, as you would say, play with tempo offensively, get good looks, get looks that we like, make or miss, and live with the results. Now, we have to play with that type of force defensively, but also from the cerebral side as well. Thinking the game a little bit better as they're going through their offense and their pace and their force as well. So we got to be a lot better, obviously, on that side.
All right, y'all take a couple more. Andy Kaminsky.
Hey, LeBron. When you guys advanced past Denver, Frank was talking about the relationship he has with you, and he said that the buy-in that you had with him as a coach and the immediacy of that buy-in did a lot for this team and where you are right now. What was it about Frank that gave you that immediate buy-in and that you gravitated towards quickly?
For one, from a competitive standpoint, going against Frank's team in Indiana when we had our battles when I was in Miami, understood how well those teams were coached, and it starts, with the head coach. The players are an extension of the head coach. So I had that memory of that, just battling those Indiana Pacer teams. And for me, I've always been a coachable player throughout my whole life. I've played for multiple coaches, and I've always been a coachable player. So, the respect, more importantly, he's the head coach. The head coach should have the respect from all his players, no matter who you are. If you're really serious about trying to make an impact or really trying to do something special. So, it was just that simple for me personally.
Allison Dex.
Appreciate it.
You and LeBron, maybe LeBron are the first Laker teammates to score 30 plus in a finals game since Kobe and Shaq did it in 2002. I asked LeBron the same question. Are there elements that you see of both Kobe's game and Shaq's game in your game, and both Kobe's game and Shaq's game and LeBron's game? And if there are, could you describe?
Those 2 guys are obviously special. That duo is special together. The best duo we've seen. Multiple championships, but they both are so dominant. I know they had a little sit down. They were talking about their argument, but they both wanted to be so dominant. They both wanted to be great. They both wanted to win, and that's why they kind of gelled together outside of everything else that you might have heard that they were going through. But those 2 guys were selfless. They both had a competitive spirit within themselves to build their team to win. And I think me and Bron is the same way. We're 2 guys who want to win, no matter the circumstance. We both want to. We both want to make sure that we do whatever it takes to help our team win. And when you got 2 guys that's selfless, and it's not gonna always be pretty. Sometimes we're gonna argue. Sometimes we're gonna have disagreements, but it's coming from the right place. But when you got 2 guys who want to win as bad as we do and want to be dominant every single game, you have games like tonight, where 2 guys able to score the basketball, able to rebound.
been able to find guys. So it's rare you see it. We know we have something special with us too, and with this team, and we try to capitalize on it.
Compare you guys and them. Who is Shaq? Who's Kobe out of you and LeBron?
He's Kobe because he handles the ball, and I'm Shaq because I play in the post.
Frank was saying no matter who Miami has in their offense, they're just really tough to guard and obviously put up 39 on you guys in the third quarter. What about their offense kind of forces you guys into uncomfortable positions, and where do you feel you guys can make growth in 2 days?
They just play so free. You know, everybody's moving, everybody's cutting, everybody on the floor slides, and everybody kind of do random things. So it's tough for the defense. You really have to talk, you really have to communicate, you really have to know what schemes you in. And they put a lot of pressure, on the defense. For us, we got to do a better job on communicating with the defensive end and being in coverage, talking in the coverage and making sure guys.
Yeah, all season long, the message has been stay in the moment, don't go too far ahead. But here you guys are, 2 games in the goal that you guys set for yourselves at the 12, 13 months ago the season began. How important is that stay in the moment message for you guys, specifically right now?
It's huge. I mean, this team has shown, in both games that they're able to, fight back, even when they're down 20, 30, whatever it is, they're able to fight back and make plays. So we can't get too high, especially with this team, and they didn't even have their 2 of their top scorers, 2 of their best players. So they always have that next man up mentality, and they come and they play every night. They play hard, play physical, they play aggressive. So we came in tonight and said this is a must-win for us. We're going to come in next game and say it's a must-win, and the next game is a must-win, and so forth, so on and so forth. So we know what this team is capable of. I think they had 4 guys or 5 guys, 15 plus guys coming off the bench scoring, playing well. So we have to lock in on those guys and show them respect as well, which we do. But this team can play. And we have to be wary of that and just make sure that we come in and get better on our defensive schemes, which is going to help us win.
You guys have obviously figured out how to compete at a high level in this weird environment. But I wonder, on a night like tonight, your agent, Rich Paul, was here, Jeannie was here. You got family members of different players. Are you drawing any energy at all from the folks off the floor, or is it something different where it's the hardwood and that's it?
We don't even. It's kind of dark over there, so you don't really see them. I'm not sure if they're allowed to make any noise or anything like that, but we really bring energy from ourselves. Our bench does a great job of bringing us that energy. Cheering for us. I mean, you see all the animations our team does on the sideline. JR, Dion, Dwight, JaVale, all those guys are hostess. All those guys are the first things up when we make a big play. So that's where we kind of get our energy from within each other and go out there and play as hard as we can. You got a team like that who's always cheering us on and celebrating when we make big plays. You find a little bit of extra energy, even when you're tired. I know sometimes when I'm put down the floor and you might get a little winded, and I see the guys cheering us on, yelling, screaming at us. You find that extra energy to do whatever you got to do to help us anyway.
Yeah, I'll take a couple more. Tanya?
Hey, AD, you mentioned earlier today just the concept of it's not always pretty. Sometimes sometimes there are disagreements and arguments a little bit, but the ultimate goal is positive, and that's why that's not a big deal. I wonder if that kind of played itself out today during the game. Were there moments when you and LeBron were, disagreeing about something that was going on, and had it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we just try to both hold each other accountable. We both want to be great. We both want to dominate the game, and we had some blown coverages on the defensive end, and we're both frustrated that we had multiple coverages that were blown tonight, and we were just all piling up, and we kind of just had that moment, put it behind us and just kept playing. So, like I said, it's not always pretty. It always seemed like everything's good with me, but we do have our times where we do yell at each other and we do argue. But we know it's coming from a good place, so we get over it quickly and move on to the next play. But they're just two guys who really want to win and have a love for the game.
All right. The last one for you, Mike Trudeau.
Hey, Anthony, just wonder what Miami is doing is really trying to keep you guys out of the paint. You were able to get there regardless, maybe some on the offensive glass. But what does it take discipline-wise to not just take the threes against the way they're trying to play?
It's tough because we're open a lot. They want you to shoot the three, and our shooters were a little bit off tonight. But we hit some big threes to kind of keep that lead. But we're doing a good job of getting in the teeth of the zone and finding guys. And we're going to continue to encourage our guys to shoot those shots. If you're open, there should be no hesitation whether you should shoot the three or not. No matter if you're over 10, over 8, whatever. We want you to keep shooting, because we know those shots are going to fall for us. And when we get in the middle of the zone, this team likes to run zone. So when we get in the middle, it's about making the right read. Myself, Bron, and Rondo usually in the middle of the zone, and we're either going to find our shooters or have layups or find a guy that's going baseline to baseline. So when we get in the middle, it kind of opens things up for us. But it really opens up when our guys are making shots. And like I said, we're going to continue to encourage those guys to shoot. Whether you miss 4 or 5 in a row, we have to make them honor that shot, and they're going to fall for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of people will look at the injuries that you guys had. They'll look at
All right, so with that, we're going to finish our coverage for tonight. Thank you for joining us in this second game of the NBA Finals. We're going to be back for more on Sunday. So thank you for being here with us, and see you soon for the next game of the NBA Finals.